Welcome to the Vault XL. Thank you so much for your patience in waiting. Daily Mail is the source. Family of Idaho murder victim Ethan Chapin questioned why surviving roommate Dylan Mortensen didn't call the cops after hearing crying, screaming, and claimed she called all of the girls in the house rather than 911. Ethan's sister-in-law posted comments on Reddit after the murders took place. She claims that Dylan Mortensen called her roommates rather than the police. Mortensen said she heard screaming and crying on the night of the murders. I'm going to interject here before I give my commentary on all subject matters. I questioned this when this information was released from the affidavit. Did she call the girls after opening and closing the door, hearing strange conversations, whimpering, and seeing a masked man walk by her with bushy eyebrows? We now get information, allegedly, from a sister-in-law that says she called the girls and that she did hear screaming. The one thing about this that is strange is that it says Ethan's sister-in-law. So what I have to ask myself is, I thought he and the other two siblings were the same age. So I'd have to ask myself, I didn't know that any of the children were married. That's his age. So now we have to ask, did the father have children outside of or from another relationship for him to have a sister-in-law? Because he and his siblings are the same age because they're triplets. And I did not know that the brother was married, the younger brother that allegedly attends the University of Idaho. So I would assume this is another brother, possibly an older brother or a brother from another relationship. I'm not sure, but I just want to make that point because I'm sure some of you who stay on the details will ask. A family member of murdered University of Idaho student Ethan Chapin has questioned why the roommate who survived the slayings didn't call the police. An account believed to belong to Ethan's sister-in-law made several posts online before the arrest affidavit was unsealed or suspected quadruple killer Bryan. The court document detailed how surviving roommate Dylan Mortensen came face-to-face with the masked man on the night of the murders. Ethan, 20, his girlfriend, Xana Coronado, 20, Maddie Mogan, 21, and Kaylee Goncalves, 20, were all killed as they slept in the house on November 13th. His sister-in-law has since revealed that Dylan, who was in the property at the time of the killings, along with Bethany Funk, called all of the roommates after she heard screaming and crying from their rooms. Let me repeat this. His sister-in-law has since revealed that Dylan, who was in the property at the time of the killings, along with Bethany Funk, called all of the roommates after she heard screaming and crying. So now we have to ask this question. If she called the decedents, Maddie, Kaylee, and Xana, did she also call Bethany Funk? Posting in a thread on Reddit, she said, Dee supposedly called all the girls in the house after the crying and screaming stopped and no one answered. So that is the other question that I had once the affidavit was released. Did she also call Bethany Funk? Did she call her through the night? So all this information, if it is true, are questions that I posed after the affidavit was released. Did she call the girls when she didn't get an answer? Why not call 911? Because if you heard whimpering, wouldn't that then lead you to think, okay, something's not right? I'm hearing all this conversation. I'm seeing this guy I don't know. I'm calling the girls to ask questions. No one's responding. I'm too afraid to come out of my room, assumingly. Okay, let me call Bethany. So what did Bethany say? See, this is not good. Posting in a thread on Reddit, she said Dee supposedly called all the girls in the house after the crying and screaming stopped and no one answered, and she still didn't call the police. In one part of it says his sister-in-law said that she needed to explain herself and her actions on the night of the killings. And I'm going to read a piece of the post if this is indeed her. Yes, I hope it will come out what Dee heard. Dee supposedly called all the girls in the house After the crying and screaming stopped and no one answered, and she still didn't call the police, she needs to explain herself and her actions that night. 0 upvotes, 7 awards. She needs to explain herself and her actions that night. When questioned about who did call the police, she added, 911 caller was the friend who went in because D called him to come over, a him, to come over because she was scared from what she heard in the night. He went to Xana and Ethan's room first, then called 911. Why did D or B didn't call the police once is the question. The affidavit revealed that Mortensen came face-to-face with a bushy-eyebrow killer, but was spared along with Funk. Mortensen told the police that she heard several scuffles through the night. That's another piece of information we did not know. First, it was whimpering, released in the affidavit. Now here we hear she did call the girls. She did hear screams. Screams was never mentioned in the affidavit. So we now have screams, a scuffles, all of which were not mentioned in the affidavit. We did not hear that she called the girls, didn't get an answer. This is all per a relative of Ethan being released on a Reddit post and now released to the general public, if true. It says verified up here on this post, so I don't know. All right, let's finish this. Once again, the affidavit revealed that Mortensen came face-to-face with a bushy-eyebrow killer, but was spared along with Funk. Mortensen told police that she heard several scuffles throughout the night and opened her door where she saw a suspect dressed in all black with a mask, covering his face, and heard one of her housemates say, "There's someone here." She also heard suspects say, "It's okay, I'm here to help you," as he wandered the house committing the atrocity. Police confirmed that a 911 call was made from the phone of one of the surviving roommates at 11:58 a.m., who requested help for an unconscious person, though it has not been confirmed who spoke to the police. It has raised the question of why Mortensen didn't contact authorities sooner, with some arguing that she may have been frozen by fear. Also in this information, it states that the court documents showed that she opened her bedroom door on several occasions throughout the night. The roommate did not contact authorities for 6 hours, despite hearing several of her roommates in distress, as well as witnessing the killing. Well, if we are to believe that the killings took place after 4:12 a.m., which it has been noted that Xana was on her phone on TikTok at 4:12. The suspect is seen leaving the area at 4:20. That's 8 minutes. So 9 times out of 10, while Xana was on TikTok, the suspect was inside of the house while Xana, naturally, was on the phone, and it's believed that she was the last one to perish in the brutal slayings. Sorry for the background noise. Okay, 1 second. Lost my place. Okay. Daily Mail is the source if you are curious to this information. Once again, it has not been confirmed who spoke to the police from that 911 call at 11:58 a.m. It has raised the question of why Mortensen didn't contact authorities sooner, with some arguing that she may have been frozen by fear. The roommate did not contact authorities for 6 hours, despite hearing several of her roommates in distress, as well as witnessing the killer. As I said, it's got to be at least 7+ hours if we're to believe that these murders took place after 4. 11:58 is almost 12. So you're talking about 4 to 12. That's like 8 hours, less than 8 hours. So it's way more than 6 hours. Just saying. Mortensen told cops she was awoken at around 4 a.m. by what sounded like victim Kaylee Goncalves playing with her dog in a third-floor bedroom. She said she looked out of her room but didn't see anything, looking again on the second occasion when she thought Xana Kanoto was crying. Mortensen stated she opened her door for the third time after she heard the crying and saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. After the man moved towards her, she said that she remained in a frozen shock phase as he continued past her, but let her survive. The online discussion also dissected where the bodies were found, with the relative adding that both Xana and Ethan were found in her room. Ethan's mother also urged those affected by the tragedy to instead look ahead as the suspect makes his way through the courts. Stacey Chapin said that nothing has changed since Kohberger's arrest and that mourners should direct their anger elsewhere. It comes after sources told News Nation that Xana fought back against her attack and repeatedly grabbed the knife used in the attacks. Well, Stacey, if you are the one that has repeated this information to Reddit and it's now known to the public eye that this is your post, people are going to question it anyway. We question it just because she was there. And once we found out through the affidavit that she was on the second floor, DM, more questions arose. And now that we have this Reddit post and you're saying, why didn't, if you're the same person, why didn't she call? Well, it would be kind of hard to focus on anything once you know the person was there and they're saying they heard screams. That's something that wasn't even mentioned in the affidavit. Whimpering was the word used. Whimpering, light conversation, basically one-liners. Someone's here. It's going to be okay. And this person is opening and closing doors while all this is going on, believing that somebody was playing with a dog, and then seeing a bushy-eyed person walk by. So why would we not question this information? And yes, the parents need to grieve properly, but this post is now released to the public. So how could they not focus and think about it? We know that the children are not coming back, but it's common sense. If you have put this post out there, if you're the same person talking, they would question. I would think that they would. They would reevaluate everything that happened allegedly on that night. This is strange information. 1 second. This screen won't stay up. This information for some reason. Let me finish reading it because every time I stop and try to interject, it keeps jumping off. So because I'm assuming you are Stacey, the sister-in-law. I'm assuming. I don't know. See, when I don't hear a person speak it out their own mouth, I just like to hear it from the person instead of just a post. Okay, let me finish. Once again, Stacey Chapin said nothing has changed, so mourners need to direct their anger elsewhere. It's also been said to sources to News Nation that Xana fought back and grabbed the knife used in the attacks. Sources claim that her fingers were nearly severed from the student trying to fight back, with her father, Jeffrey Canoto, giving the same information in November, which I had never heard that back in November. He told CBS 5 that autopsy reports showed that his daughter's skin showed bruises torn by the knife. FBI has also been forced to deny losing the suspected quadruple killer just moments after he left his apartment in Pullman, Washington, with his father, Michael, to return home to Pennsylvania. The parent had just pulled out of the parking lot of his graduate housing before he vanished from the sight of police before pulling over twice as he made his way back to his family home. A Hancock County Sheriff's Department confirmed Kohberger was pulled over by a deputy at around 10:40 a.m. December 15th. Kohberger was pulled over twice within 9 minutes while driving along I-70 in December, looking more concerned on the second occasion. And I would agree. He looked very stunned to be pulled over, probably once and twice. He remains in Latau County Jail awaiting preliminary hearing in June, and he's expected to plead not guilty to the charges. Court documents recently revealed that police discovered a pillow covered in blood in Kohberger's Washington apartment. Okay. Now, underneath all of this, basically repeats everything in the affidavit pertaining to what was found on the seizure of his arrest warrant. Seizures of items from his apartment. The King Road residence contained a significant amount of blood from the victims, including spatter, cast off, blood stain pattern resulting from blood drops released from an object due to its motion, which, based on my training, makes it likely that this evidence was transferred to Kohlberger's person, clothing, or shoes. Based on the locations of the suspect vehicle and the 8458 phone immediately following the murders, it is probable that Kohlberger went home to his residence at 1630 Northeast Valley Road. At that time, it's likely that he still had blood on other trace evidence on his person, clothes, shoes, including skin cells or hair from the victims from Gunkova's dog. It's likely that some trace evidence was transferred to areas in his apartment through contact with the items worn during the attack. One likely location for clothes, masks, shoes was he was wearing during the attack would be his residence. While I believe Kohlberger is visiting family in Pennsylvania over the current school break at WSU, I believe he intends to return for the start of the next semester. So I expect his belongings to still be in his residence at 1630 Northeast Valley Road. And I also will bring that up in my next commentary pertaining to Kohlberger being fired as an assistant. What was left behind in the apartment? What all was confiscated from his apartment? Did he give his apartment complex a 30-day notice? Did he intend on returning back to the university? Because now that we know that he was fired, he may have felt shame to even return to finish his studies. We do know that he did finish, allegedly, the semester. But did he plan on returning back to WSU? What all did he take from the apartment? Did he give a 30-day notice? Did he abandon the apartment? Did he plan on coming back? Those are the questions I have. And we will dissect that in the next installment of this live stream. Today, we have not recovered the weapon used in the homicides, which would indicate that he took it with him from the scene. Based on my training, that the weapon, trace evidence on it, such as blood, skin, hair from the crime scene, the weapon or sheath for the weapon would be in his residence. Because they've got that covered up where I couldn't read it. A new search warrant made public on January 17 shows that the police found several hair strands, including one suspected animal hair, a black glove, a computer tower, and one unnamed item with a collection of dark red spots. They also hauled away a pillow with a reddish-brown stain on it and the top and bottom of a mattress cover with multiple stains. What are those stains? Please tell me he did not get in his bed bloody hair, didn't wash his hair, didn't take a bath, didn't take a shower. Possibly not. Investigators who raided the property back in December also picked up receipts from Walmart, 2 Marshall receipts, as well as collecting the contents of his vacuum cleaner. Authorities initially sealed the search warrant for the murder suspect's Washington home, arguing that releasing the details could prematurely end the investigation. However, the document has since been unsealed from the approval of Whitman County Prosecutor Dennis Tracy, who filed the motion January 17. Court documents show that 8 strands of hair were recovered from the apartment, as well as a possible animal hair. They also recovered a fire stick during their search. All the items are now being stored at the Washington State University's University Police Department. So we also have to ask the color of those hairs. We do know that Kohlberger has dark colored hair. So were there hair colors that were brown, blondish, curly hair, resembling a dog? How many hairs? 8, they said. And if they're long, one would say they didn't belong to Kohlberger because his hair was shorter at the time of the offense. So if there are longer hairs, brown and blonde, we would suspect they came from a female, but it's not to say that a man couldn't have long hair, but you get where I'm going. Authorities reportedly said they wanted to see if any hair has been transferred onto Kohlberger and then back to his apartment, including that of Kaylee Gonzalez's dog, Murphy. Murphy was found alive in Kaylee's room by investigators who were called to the scene and has now been returned to her ex-boyfriend. The application also stated that the home where the students were murdered had a significant amount of blood from the victims, including spatter and cast-off blood. Investigators believe that it was likely that the killer would have had blood evidence on their body or clothing and hoped to find trace evidence in Kohlberger's apartment. However, they did not describe the results of any of the testing in the documents and did not confirm if any hairs found matched the victim's or Kaylee's dog. His offices at Washington State University were also searched, but nothing was seized by officers. That's basically the end of this commentary by dailymail.com UK. It also has pictures of the house to give you the layout of the house, a picture of Maddie and Xana together, Maddie holding Xana on her back, pictures of Mortison in a car, Kaylee and DM in a photograph where they look like they're dressed up, picture of Ethan and his mom, both smiling. A picture of all the girls together outside the house at the slider door. One picture of DM by herself sitting on the beach. But this is from Ethan's sister-in-law, and it says verified on this post. Post number 1. 911 caller was the friend who went in because D called him to come over because she was scared from what she had heard in the night. He went to X and E's room first and then called 911. Why did D or B didn't call the police once is the question. Next post, X and E were in her room, and it states that these are verified. Post by a sister-in-law of Ethan Chapin. Post before that. Yes, I hope it will come out. What D heard. D supposedly called the girls in the house after the crying and screaming stopped. No one answered and still didn't call the police. She needs to explain herself and her actions that night. Allegedly, all posts have been verified. Thank you for joining me. You are now listening to The Vault XL. This is baffling because it's so easy to judge a situation when you are not there. Because the thing is, what I've always tell you guys, is that everything is a version. It does not matter what the situation is. It does not matter the storyline. It does not matter who you're talking about, who's spinning the web. It is a version. And you have the discretion to either believe it or not believe it. And know that when a person spins a version, it does not mean that everything that he or she is saying to you, to the police, the district attorney, a friend, whomever, is the whole truth. Because we as humans leave out things deliberately by mistake. We reword things. I think you know that from the old myth of spinning a story, pass the story around in a circle and see how many times it gets distorted because it's just human error. So let's chop up the situation pertaining to DM. If we are to believe these posts belong to Ethan Chapin's relative, and that they question this relative, because she may not be speaking on behalf of everyone, but maybe just herself, why didn't DM call? So did they get information that she heard screaming? She heard scuffling. She opened the door a couple of times, but was frozen for damn near 8 hours. Let's just say 7. Let's just go on and say 7.5. 7.5 hours frozen in her room. Called all the girls on their phones, but they did not answer. Called Bethany, because the article says she called all. So I'm going to say all is all, the dead ones and the alive one. When she called Bethany, what did Bethany say? Or did Bethany answer? Did Bethany answer her call from DM during that morning, before the 911 call? Why was scuffling not mentioned in the affidavit? Why were screams not mentioned? Because a scream is even different than a whimper. I think most of us know this. Whimpering sounds kind of low. You know, like, versus, help me, please, stop. There's a difference. Why are you doing this? Please stop. Who in their right mind could listen to that? Because now what this person is saying is different than what's in the affidavit, because you have to stay on to the details. This is why I said it was very dangerous for them to release allegedly what she said. Because now this person is saying it was screams, not whimpering, a scuffle. But the queen told you, you cannot make me believe that 4 people died on impact with slashes to the neck. Because 1, you don't even know where they were and what they were doing in their rooms. You don't know if they were up, standing in a mirror, sitting in a chair, lying on the floor, lying on their stomach, sleep. Can't stab you in your neck if you sleep face down in your bed, such as the queen. The queen sleeps on her stomach. That's just more comfortable to me. So a person couldn't cut my throat unless they walked up to me, sleep, turn my head, turn me over, and then cut my throat. Do you see where I'm going? You have to know the positions of the people in the room. And we've got Xana's phone open at 4:12, which means she was possibly lying down, sitting up in the bed or in a chair on TikTok. If we're to believe that Ethan died in the room, in the doorway, then that means he was up. He was up. And it's hard to believe that 4 people got slashed to the throat to where it would render them silent, to not scream out. Because you have to know from the autopsy that that was the first wound exacted to the victims, that they were slashed on strike 1 to the throat, which would render silence. Will we find that out? But now this information contradicts that notion that anyone was sliced at the throat on first try. Because she tells us that she heard whimpering coming from Xana's room. And as I said, if you are a friend of Xana, you liked Xana, wouldn't you be curious to ask her what's wrong? You didn't think to call her phone while you're hearing the whimpering, not afterwards, but during. Ring, 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 ring. No answer. Text message. Hey, what's going on in there? Are you okay? Are you all right? Did she text the girls during the commission of the crimes? Because either way you chop it up with this new information, it's vile. And no one can tell you not to have an opinion about the information. This is why I said, if you're so concerned about being judged, then why would you all release this information? Because in the end, whether there are cameras in the courtroom or not, this is going to allegedly come out because she's going to testify for the prosecution of what she saw and heard on that fateful morning. And will the words be whimpering versus screams? Because the defense is going to shred her down. She thinks what's being said about her on social media is hurtful. The defense will be much worse than anything anyone has said on social media. Because they're going to ask you questions about what you did from the time you got up that morning till you heard what you said you heard that morning. You're going to replay your entire day over, and it won't be nice. So any words you use, such as, yes, I heard a scuffle. Yes, I heard a thump, a thud. Yes, I heard them cry out. Yes, I heard them shout. Yes, I heard them scream. The defense is going to say that why the hell didn't you call 911? How did you lie in your room for 7.5 hours and did not think to call the police? Yes, I have said this. Bring a receipt that you know exactly what she heard that night, what she saw that night. I told you all, there's no way in my right mind that one of the kids didn't scream. You didn't hear a thud. 2 people are lying on the floor. So that means they had to fall on the floor. They fell or they were thrown. That's going to make noise. And a bigger person is going to make more noise than a smaller person. Ethan was a big guy. You're talking about taking down a 6-foot person to the ground. And you want me to believe that wouldn't make noise even if his throat was slashed. And allegedly, they say his neck was cut. Okay, he still had to fall to the ground. Yes, it will be picked apart, her testimony. So she called all the girls. Did Bethany respond? If indeed she called Bethany. If Bethany answered her phone, what did she say to DM? Did Bethany come out of her room through these 7.5 hours stall? Because didn't I tell you it would be baffling if we later find out some type of way that they did come out of the room after Bryan Kohberger left out of that house, if we are to believe that he is the perpetrator, that they came out and they did see the carnage and they went back to their rooms and decided to wait to pretend to let somebody come over and find the bodies, and then that person called 911. Do you know how more disturbing it is to now hear that another person came into the crime scene because DM allegedly was afraid to get up and open her door, so she called a certain person to come over, a male. So now you have to ask this question. How did the male get in the house to find Ethan and Xana? I'll wait. Are you listening to what I'm saying? How did Ethan and Xana get discovered by an unknown person who did not live in the house? How did he get in? Did DM tell him, come through the slider door? It's unlocked because I didn't lock it back after seeing the perpetrator. Did she even tell him she saw the perpetrator? Now imagine telling this guy, come through the slider door because it's unlocked. Wouldn't a person say, well, if it's unlocked, how do you know it's unlocked if you've been sleeping all night? Bingo card. Listen to the information now. Another party is entering the house to see if anything is awry. How did he enter the house? Because if he entered through the bottom floor, that means somebody had to let him in, which would be either nobody but Bethany. So that means she had to call Bethany at some point to tell her, hey, I've called somebody to come over. I heard some crazy stuff going on. I'm afraid to come out of my room, so I want somebody to come over and walk through the house because I'm too scared to walk through the house. How did this guy enter the house to find Ethan and Xana? Okay. Did Bethany open the front door to let him in after being notified by DM? Did he enter, number 2, through the slider door because she told him it was unlocked? Would he have questioned why it was unlocked? Did she then go on to say, hey, that's the exit point of the perpetrator? See, now you got to ask what all she said to him that morning. This is bad. This is real bad. But I told you it was more to this story than what the hell she said in that affidavit, because I didn't get to 52 by mistake. And I knew that with 4 people being brutally slain, that there was going to be some commotion, some scuffling, some banging, some falling. And now that you know victims did not die in their bed, then you knew they had to have made noise in order to get to the floor. When he got in the house and discovered the victims, he allegedly called 911. So now we have to tell ourselves that Bethany and DM are now out in the open with this unidentified male. So did he go in the house, found the kids first, hollered, screamed, told the girls to come out of the room, and then they dialed 911? And I said this previously in my live streams that whoever was there, they had to have been already in the house with the girls when calling, because I played you commentary via audio that the captain said the call came from inside of the house by an unknown person. So that proved the girls were not outside of the house calling 911, as some of us had suspected a few months ago. Because somebody went to social media to defend the girls. And this person said, to my recollection, they did call 911 and then they went outside. Somebody walked by. Remember that version? Somebody walked by asking them what was wrong. One couldn't talk. One passed out. So somebody dialed 911 to say, hey, somebody is unconscious. So now with this new information, I want you to follow the queen where she's getting ready to take this. Because now it becomes even more sinister and diabolical. We now have another person put at the crime scene in a contaminated area, which is the whole house. Listen to me carefully now. At first, we thought the call was outside of the house because allegedly people were walking by, saw the girls hysterical, saw one on the ground, grabbed the phone from the girl who couldn't talk, and dialed 911 because of the girl that passed out. And we thought this took place outside, remember? So now we find out that all this is transpiring inside of the house. Please follow where I'm going now. If you came to the house because somebody said they were scared of what they heard hours before, you enter the house either by the bottom door or the slider. You find two kids dead on the second floor. You call 911 allegedly immediately with the two girls there. One falls out. One's too hysterical to call 911. You take her phone to dial 911. Then why the fuck you didn't say you found two dead people? Bingo card. You just told on yourself. Because many of you question, why was the call not about the dead people versus one of them passed out in the floor, on the ground? That's because some of us thought this took place outside. We now know that the call came from inside of the house. We now know a third party was at the inside of the house at a crime scene. But what doesn't make sense now is what some of you suspected. Why are you calling the police to say she passed out? How about, hey, I just found two dead people? Bingo card. You all have fucked this case up now. You have fucked it up. Because now this makes the case even more grainy. Can you imagine what the defense is going to say to these three damn bobbleheads? You sat in your house for 7.5 hours frozen. You call a stranger to come in. How did he enter? He finds your friends dead, chopped up. And when he dials 911, he doesn't mention the dead people allegedly. He's more concerned about you passed out. Is that how that's going to go? Because do you know how crazy this sounds now? With this new information from this person related to Ethan. The call came from inside. The call came from somebody that was called over. He discovers the bodies, calls 911, and his conversation allegedly now is that somebody's in the floor passed out versus, oh, I just found two friends, one in the doorway and one over there on the wall, bloodied. Look like they're shot, stabbed. What will we hear in the 911 call? Because I hope for their sakes that this isn't how it's going to be revealed in the 911 call. That you're only talking about Dylan or Bethany on the ground. Because we don't know which one allegedly passed out. Stay woke now. We do not know which one passed out. So allegedly, when the rumor first came out via social media, trying to cover for these two girls, this person said, oh, I walked up. I knew that didn't sound right when I first heard it. Because the first thing I said to myself, I said, self, I'm supposed to believe that some strangers were walking by on a Sunday morning, a night after people drink, mind you, and they ran up to these girls and asked them, what's going on? Why are you screaming? What's the matter? One passes out on the concrete. The other one is hysterical. She can't talk. And then this person decides to pick up their phone and dial 911 for them because the girl passed out. Now, it could be plausible that it happened that way, but it didn't with this woman's version. And I knew something was off when I first heard that version. I tried to stay objective, but when the captain spoke about the call coming from inside of the house from a third party, I knew something wasn't right then. Because now you're talking about at least 7.5 hours passing that now a third party is inside of the house calling on behalf of the two surviving roommates. So if the person said that, then non-responsive, that's still not the same as I think this guy was shot. I think this girl was shot. I think this girl and guy were stabbed. Korberger had to have left a trail coming from upstairs, downstairs, walked through the kitchen hallway area into the living room, and then around to Xana's room. Kill those kids, come back out. He had to have left a trail. As you hear in this affidavit, his clothes had to have been bloody. He had to have taken trace evidence from the scene back to his car, back to his house. So if I'm calling 911, I just discovered the two kids in the room. I think my description would be more descriptive. Hey, I just found two kids dead. They're bloody. The crime scene is bloody. And now we also have another girl. She's passed out and she lives here. That's how you would describe the crime scene. You would mention the dead people first because they're the ones that's bloody, not Bethany or DM. That's why we need to hear the 911 call, to hear how he described what he saw first. What did he exactly say to the operator? I have someone passed out. I have someone unresponsive. How did he word it? And what's worse is that we now have someone at the crime scene tracking their feet through the house where a person was there stabbing all these people, which is not good. Because you got to now hope he didn't touch anything at the crime scene. Didn't touch the bodies, didn't touch a door handle. Because now you got to ask yourself, was the door open? So if Ethan died in the doorway, then that means the door could not have been open. Was the door open upstairs to Maddie's room? Open or closed? What did DM see? Actually, did she come out of that room after Korberger left and found those kids dead, either Xana, Ethan, or Maddie, Kaylee, or all, and then went back in her room again, shut the door, locked it, and called Bethany or texted her to say, hey, they're dead up there? That's what's going to be disturbing. Besides the fact she didn't call 911 while hearing these kids scream, while hearing a scuffle, while hearing somebody whimper, while hearing somebody's here, while hearing it's going to be okay, while hearing somebody play with a dog allegedly, while seeing a masked man with a fucking mask on bushy eyebrows, and there was no party going on, and you still didn't call 911 for 7.5 hours? Make it make sense. Something's off here. And you're entitled to believe whatever you want to believe. Because as I told you before, everything told is a version. Whatever Pookie, Ray Ray, Karen said to the police, that's their version. It is up to the detectives, state police, FBI to determine the evidence versus a person's version to be accurate and truthful. But know that there will be a time that you will not get all the information. You will not get the truth out of the people in the storyline. Whether it be they don't have memory, they don't want to discuss it, they don't want to tell the truth, and they don't want to tell their role, or they fear for their safety to tell the whole truth. And my discerning spirit told me the very first time I heard that there were 2 people that survived, I wanted to say to myself, please tell me that these people didn't hear all this and didn't call 911. Make me believe they slept all through the night and didn't hear anything. And it is possible to sleep and not hear your phone ring, not hear a fire truck, not hear somebody knocking at your door, because when you're in deep sleep, you don't hear any outside noises, either outside of your home or inside of your home. And had this girl never spoken to authorities to say she saw Kohlberger or anything else, she could have easily just let it ride that she slept through the night, and she would have never gotten this scrutiny from the general public. But once they released what she said in the affidavit, we began to question what she actually saw and what she actually heard. So did DM come out of her room after allegedly shutting the door the last time after seeing Kohlberger? Did she come back out of the room and walk around the house to see the dead kids? Did she then call Bethany to tell her what she saw? Did Bethany answer her phone or return a text? Did Bethany come out of the room during those hours to see the carnage? And she played mom alongside DM. What will the 911 call reveal pertaining to this unidentified guy? Did he describe DM or Bethany passed out before describing the 2 kids dead? Because if he did, this is jacked up. Because unresponsive is not the same as saying, oh my goodness, there's blood everywhere. 2 of these kids are in the room dead, lying on the floor, bloody. That's totally different than unresponsive. Unresponsive is just somebody appeared to be passed out, which is allegedly one of the girls. Yes, Roses, possibly they did. She waited for her to come up the stairs, and they went looking through the house. And as I said, it will be baffling to find out that they got up in the middle of the morning, looked at the crime scene, flipped on lights, saw 2 dead kids on the 2nd floor, traded upstairs and found 2 more dead upstairs, and then went back and got in their rooms. And if they both got up together in those hours before 11:58, there's no way I'm going to believe those 2 went to their rooms separately. They would have got in the bed together, just like Kaylee and Maddie. And if she got up and looked around, she and Bethany, did she lock the slider door? Because somebody had to have let the guy in that morning. Which door did he enter? First floor or the slider? Did the girls go up the stairs or through the slider with him, or walked with him, to find Ethan and Xana? And this is where the 911 call commences. Thank you for joining me. You are now listening to The Vault XL. Bryan Kohlberger was fired as an assistant You will get the timeline of events of him falling out with his professors, altercations with the professors, the timeline of events of him being fired, and did this push him over worse, although he'd already killed these kids at some point while these wranglings were going on of him meeting with these people to assess his behavior. We also get information through the affidavit that he was already stalking the girls before he ever got fired. It's looking like he started stalking the girls as soon as he got to Pullman, Washington. So we can't say that him being fired led him to kill the girls. He was already stalking them and had already murdered them before being reprimanded and having meetings about his teaching behavior. One moment, please.
Because in the Idaho murder case, there's been a lot of focus on the chief defendant in the case, Bryan Kohberger. And now we are learning a few things were happening in that man's life leading up to and right after the murders. Things like being investigated by his own school, Washington State University, where he was working as a teaching assistant. And apparently the investigation wasn't going well. He was warned time after time after time to cut back on the bad behavior. We're told behavioral problems specifically. But time after time after time, he didn't. He got more feisty and belligerent, even arguing with his professors, until they finally decided, you're fired. That's right, Bryan Kohberger was fired as a teaching assistant from Washington State University. I have the actual specifics of this, and I wanted to sort of go through what we have come to learn was the sort of timeline of his warnings and all of the things that were listed on a termination letter that Kohberger himself was given right before they cut the cord with him. So I'm going to just watch some of these so I don't get them wrong. But the highlights, or lowlights, I guess you might call them, was that he had a sexist attitude towards females that he interacted with at the school, that he was rude to the women, and then get this, as a teaching assistant, he apparently graded the women differently than he graded the men. Here is the alleged language that was included in his termination letter along with the timeline, starting on September 23rd. And by our math, that's about 1 month into his brand new job as a teaching assistant in his doctoral program, which may or may not have been tied to his teaching job. September 23rd, Kohberger apparently has an altercation with one of the professors named Dr. Snyder. Just 10 days later, on October 3rd, the letter outlines that they had met to, quote, discuss the norms of professional behavior. And then 18 days after that, on October the 21st, Dr. Snyder emails Bryan Kohberger to say that he has, quote, failed to meet the expectations that were outlined in the discussions they'd had before. 12 days after that, on November the 2nd, they met again to discuss what they called an improvement plan. And then on December The 7th, that's about, well, let's cut to actually 12 days later. 11 days later, the murders actually happen. So they have the meeting to discuss the improvement plan. And 11 days later, on November 13th, the murders are carried out. Then cut forward to 24 days beyond, and that's December 7th. That's when there was another meeting with the professors. And this was supposed to be about the progress of the, quote, improvement plan. Apparently it didn't go too well because 2 days later, on December 9th, he had another altercation with Dr. Snyder. And here's the quote, in which it became apparent that you had not made progress regarding professionalism. 10 days after that, December 19th, Bryan Kohberger is officially terminated by Washington State University. And some are reporting that he was withdrawn from the data system 3 days later on December the 22nd. Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com.
Very interesting information. Let's try to go back and look at that chart again. 1 second. One second, you guys. Thank you for joining me. Hit the link if you want to join the panel to give your opinion pertaining to DM and this new information. If you're in the chat chatting, feel free to hit the link. Thank you for joining me. So we've got September 23rd, altercation with a professor. October 3rd, meeting to discuss professional behavior. October 21st, received email about failure to meet his expectations. So here you have 3 weeks later, from the 3rd to the 21st, they want to meet with him about his behavior as a teacher's assistant. November 2nd, a meeting to discuss improvement plan. So we're going week for week. December 7th. Now, this is a month from November 2nd to December 7th. We go from an improvement plan to a meeting to discuss the improvement plan progress. Well, he's already killed the kids after November 2nd, which was to talk about the improvement plan. December 7th is to discuss it. But there was nothing. Hold on 1 second, you guys. I'm getting myself thrown off here. I'm trying to go back. This is bad. The point is, Kohberger was going to do just exactly what he did. It just so happened to be these 4 kids living at this address, but if it was not them, it was going to be somebody. And that's the point of the story. That if it wasn't these children, it was going to be somebody, because he's diabolical. He's mad at the world. He's vengeful. He did not know how to talk to people. He didn't know how to converse with people. He didn't know how to deal with people. He didn't know how to deal with criticism. He just was gone. So he was going to have a hard time navigating out here as a person, as a civilian, as somebody working with people. There was just no way he was going to be able to function highly with this type of nasty attitude and disposition. That's just the way it is. And it's obvious he was not going to be able to navigate out here. I'm going to go back on that chart one more time, and then we will go to the next audio. Thank you for joining me. Okay, let's play it again. Nope. October 21st, received email about meeting expectations. November 2nd, meeting to discuss improvement plan. December 7th, meeting to discuss improvement plan progress. December 9th, 2 days later, second altercation with a professor. So his first altercation was on September 23rd. The next one is October, November, December. 2.5 months later, he has another altercation. December 19th, 10 days later, he's officially terminated after his second altercation with the professor. So on the 9th of December, he has his second altercation with a professor. 10 days later, he is permanently removed. And you also hear Bryan say that when they were in that building, he realized, he didn't say which month it was, but he realized he did not see Kohberger's name on the wall for the teacher's assistants, because they, I guess, put their names up there to notify people. News Nation is the source of that audio where he was fired. The next audio is also News Nation. Bryan Kohberger failed to meet expectations as teaching assistant. Banfield is officiating. Thank you so much for your time.
Washington State University, they won't comment on it. It is incredibly quiet and tight-lipped at Washington State University, not just on the administrative side, but also among the students. And that's why I want to bring in our Bryan Enton, who's our senior national correspondent at News Nation. All of this is quite surprising. You know, here we are months after the murders, Bryan, and this information is coming out, and it is very, very hard to get official acknowledgement of this from Washington State University.
It is, Ashley, and this is very interesting what you have uncovered, because I'm thinking back to when I was in the building there where you just saw the video where Bryan Kohberger was teaching, was also a student, PhD student, criminal justice there at Washington State University. And the first thing I noticed when I was wandering around all of the hallways on multiple floors is on the bulletin boards, they had all of the teacher assistants, the TAs, and the professors listed in many different places, and his name didn't appear anywhere. I initially thought, okay, they went through after the arrest and they got his name off of everything in this building. But now I'm wondering, with this new information you're reporting, did they take his name down much earlier because he was in fact fired?
Well, it's pretty fascinating because if you think about the dates, December 22nd, if he's withdrawn from the data system in that university, he still hasn't been arrested until December 30th, that Friday night. And we are also told that it was official, his official termination actually happened at the very end of that month. He was told, you're finished, you're not going to be a TA in the spring session. I'm not sure about the winter session, but the word has it that it was the 30th, that it was completely over, and that just, that ends up being the same day that he was arrested. What I'm curious about is why the students are so quiet about this. I understand the staff, they work for WSU, they have to toe the line if WSU doesn't want them speaking, but students don't work for the school. They can talk if they want to, and yet they haven't.
They've talked a little bit, Ashley. They don't want to go on camera when we've been on campus in the past, but they have spoken a little. From what we've gathered, he was a TA of both Criminal Justice 101 and criminal law. We heard from several students along the way that he gave off weird vibes, that they got a creepy feeling from him. We also heard something that matched up with your new reporting tonight, that he was a hard grader. That at one point, actually, there was such an issue with the way that he was grading papers that a higher level professor had to come in and get involved at one point.
Bryan, I remember when that original reporting broke, but I never remember anyone delineating between the grading being tougher on the women than on the men, just that he was very hard on the students. But not only are we hearing that he was grading women differently, but also that he was rude to women and that he, quote, had a sexist attitude towards women among his multiple behavioral problems.
Yeah, that is new. I haven't heard it to that extent. We did hear a little bit about possibly some sexism. We also heard, if you don't remember, Ashley, about there was an issue, maybe had an issue with like a pride flag on a door in one of the school buildings there. But in terms of it going to the level with your new reporting tonight to the point where he was actually fired, and there were so many issues that he was actually fired as a TA, that's brand new.
So Bryan, I'm just looking over this timeline again, and it's pretty astounding because he only started as a TA at the end of August, but the problem started right away on September 23rd. Look at this timeline. There are just mere sometimes days and short weeks in between each issue. But the very first thing started within a month, a fight with his professor, and then letters saying, you got to be, up on your professional behavior. You're not meeting the expectations. We need an improvement plan. We got to meet about the improvement plan. And another fight, like 2 fights with the professor, all in the course of a couple of months. All the while hearing, not in this timeline, but hearing these reports of being sexist and rude to women and being troublesome in the grading department. So what's curious is if Kohberger's program was tied to his teaching job. And not only that, he had an on-campus office and he had an on-campus apartment. And it's possible that those things were tied to his teaching job as well. So is it possible, Bryan, that his whole life was about to collapse because he was he was fired, but he knew that was coming, or at least he should have known it might have been coming. And he might have lost his program and his accommodations on campus.
It's a very big possibility. Let's go back and think to the fact that his dad came out to drive with him back to Pennsylvania. A lot of people question that. Why would the dad fly all the way over there to drive the car all the way back just for a Christmas break? Why wouldn't he just fly back? Wouldn't it even maybe be cheaper? Was there more going on behind the scenes now that we know all of this?
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com.
All right, that's Banfield and Mr. Enton. He's always on the case. True crime. Let's chop up what was said. In the first audio segment, you get information that he was fired. You get a timeline of events. This audio is basically saying he did not meet the qualifications of what a teacher's assistant's role was supposed to be, rather. So now you have to ask the question, the jump off, stalking these girls allegedly from the time he got to Pullman, Washington. Did he stalk these girls before even getting to Pullman, Washington? What was the motive for attending this university in Pullman, Washington? We also got information that Xana's sister attends the school and is currently attending the school, WSU, while Kohberger was there as a student. Did he ever see the young lady or bother her, stalk her, get in her DM? Any other women did he stalk on that campus or University of Idaho? Okay? Not doing well as a teacher's assistant, being a hard grader, being sexist, combative with the professor. We also heard when he had Ramsland as a professor, he was combative with her. Obviously, he did not like women. I think we know that from him butchering 3 women in a house. Has not been known to date, have a girlfriend, lover, side piece, sidekick, nothing. You also got information months ago from a young man that said he was a hard grader. That was a male speaking at that time. So he had a problem with everyone. And this is what I've been saying about Kohberger. He wasn't going to be able to make it out here. Period. And there was going to be a jump off. Period. And it happened November 13th at 1122 King Road. And if it was not those 4 victims, it was going to be somebody. Did he plan on returning back to WSU? What all did he take from the apartment on his ride cross country with his dad? Did he give the apartment complex 30-day notice that he was vacating the premises? Was he kicked out of the program altogether? Not just as a teacher's assistant, but also the PhD program. Did he meet his qualifications to continue? I do not know. Will we hear that he was still a part of the PhD program, just removed as an assistant? Did he feel shame? Because 9 times out of 10, he doesn't have any empathy. But when you're a narcissist, sociopath, or psychopath, you can have empathy for self. You pity yourself, or you pity who you want to pity, but then in the same breath, you go kill an innocent person for no reason, if we're to believe he is the perpetrator to kill these 4 kids. And I can't see him walking around the campus knowing others would know that he lost that position. Because everything that he's been doing for some time now is because of how he was treated as a child, teenager. So he's been holding in all this animosity and anger towards people who bullied him. He was an overweight kid. He couldn't mesh with people, identify with people, no empathy for people, no empathy for anything, any circumstances. He was a walking target, walking wounded, excuse me. And everybody outside breathing is a target. He's mad at the world. So it really didn't even matter about you being a woman. You see, he killed Ethan. That's a guy. He didn't care. He does not care. And if he was free now, he would do it again. He would still have problems getting along with people. He still would be popping off, getting mad. But this is what happens usually to people who are bullied, who are teased, who are insecure. They get offended easily. And some of us are the same way. We just haven't murdered anyone. But many of us pop off. Many of us get angry easily, get offended easily. And usually that comes from childhood when you have been mistreated. So then we have to ask, was he mistreated by his parents? But if we believe his older post, he had a great dad. But how did he get along with his siblings? Were they favored more than him? See, all this goes back to childhood. And this is how Kohberger came to be where he is right now inside of a Latau County jail. It's because he's bitter, he's angry, he's mad, he's insecure. The world is the enemy. Doesn't matter if you were the one that did something to him 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago. I'm mad at everybody. And this is why we have 4 deceased young people, because he didn't care about anyone. And frankly, he doesn't care about himself, because at some point he could have got help for whatever issues he was battling. Once again, was he returning to the university, or was he booted out of the PhD program altogether alongside the teacher's assistant position? Hit the link if you want to give your opinion pertaining to DM, this information coming from Chapin'S relative, and also this information about Kohberger. We're also going to get into people stalking killers, women writing men in prison, jail. For what reason? Why would anyone want to be writing a man who's killed allegedly 4 kids? Also, that lady Brittany did the same with another male in Kentucky. Why? Why do you want to have anything to do with a person who has murdered people? Very strange information. Thank you for joining me. That information was News Nation. Let's see what else we can find pertaining to Kohberger. Serial killer expert Kohberger reached a tipping point. Yes, he did. News Nation is the source.
Love serial killers, the curious appeal of the world's most savage murderers. Dr. Vaughn, you probably just heard the breaking news that we just reported on all of these conflagrations that Bryan Kohberger seemed to have been having with his professors, with his students, and with other people among the staff, to the point where he was cut loose. He was fired from Washington State University from his teaching job. I just wanted to get your initial reactions to sort of that behavioral profile as you look at then now what he's accused of.
Oh, absolutely. And first of all, thank you for having me on this evening. And I wanted to say, I was thinking about this myself. I was a TA. When I was getting my PhD at the University of Miami, I was a TA, and that TA position was tied to my funding, my assistantship that paid for my entire education. So that is not something you want to lose. You do not want to risk losing something like that. And the fact that it escalated so quickly and that he was terminated in his first semester there would suggest to me that his behavior really was egregious, that it was something that had become a big problem for the department and the university. And so I wanted to just give that as a little bit of background. But to the extent that that this letter, which I don't believe the letter has been completely authenticated yet, but if it is in fact true and the timeline is true, then this is something that could have absolutely contributed to him reaching a tipping point in his rage and anger and leading him to strike out in this terrible murder situation.
Yeah, we don't have our hands on the letter yet, but we've had the essence of it authenticated by a source close to the investigation. And that's the next best thing without actually getting your hands on a copy of the termination letter. And obviously, when it comes to those kinds of, staff and policy, obviously administrative staff policies, employment records are pretty private. It's hard to get your hands on those things. But I'm curious about, I was so curious when you said that for you, the teaching assistant job was tied to the actual program. And I'm guessing that that's not a far stretch to suggest the accommodations that were on campus as well might have been part of that too. So there could have been a lot of stress. What I can't understand is the utter bravado that it would take if all of that was on the line, and you're getting warning after warning and a helping hand to try to work through your problems. What kind of personality do you think this is that would literally thumb his nose at the authority, then hold his future in their hands?
Great question. And this crime that he committed is actually a mass murder. But I've been saying for some time now that the more that we learn about him, his development and his progression seems more similar to a serial killer. And I've studied serial killers extensively for some time. And so this didn't just happen, Ashley. I think that he was evolving, developing over a period of time. And he reached a tipping point where he simply couldn't take it anymore. And he had to act out on his fantasy of killing. And so something like this, where the rug has been pulled out from under him, his funding, his home, as you said, which I do believe was probably tied to his assistantship and his TA position, it could have just pushed him over the edge to the point that he had to act out. And because the escalation was already there. As you said, he was in trouble by September. By October, the murders took place in November, but he already knew that he was in deep trouble by then.
Well, he still has the presumption of innocence, and these are allegations against him until they're proven in a court of law. So at this point, he is an accused quadruple murderer. I'm still just so astounded by the sexism and the allegations that he was grading the women differently than the men, and that to me would be a big, red flag for those teachers, or should have been, and perhaps they did catch it very quickly as they started right in September. Can't thank you enough. So just so enlightening, Dr. Vaughn. Thank you, appreciate it.
My pleasure. Have a good evening.
All right, everybody, that's Banfield. As she said, it has not been verified. They don't have the actual letter of his termination as a teacher's assistant, but you can see the spiraling of Coy Berger. And most of this is circumstantial, which will, I'm sure, be introduced into court when he goes to trial. The spiraling, the stalking, allegations that he was on the campus of University of Idaho, glaring at the girls, women, talking down to professors, harsh grading of men and women, sexist attitude, being combative with his professors. All this was spiraling way before he even got to Moscow on that fateful morning of November 13th. So once again, as you hear her say, Banfield, what was it all for? Because who's to say that this accommodation at the university housing was in conjunction with the PhD program and the student assistant program? That's why we need to find out if he indeed was booted out the program altogether. Because one, I'm assuming that you can get a PhD without being a teacher's assistant. I really don't know how that works because I've never received an upper degree, but we have to ask that question. Was the teacher's assistant's position, which he got that, I think, into August, and they started school early August. So was that teacher's assistant a part of the housing accommodation and the PhD program, or it's just something he applied for once he got to the school, but he still was in the running for remaining in the PhD program? Okay. So we heard that he had finished his studies a month or so ago at the university. So did he lose also standing in the PhD program, his housing? Because naturally when he put the tags on the car, which were Washington State tags, it was time for him to renew his sticker for his car. He got Washington State, which would lead one to think he was continuing to stay there in Washington and also at the university. But naturally things had not escalated to this firing allegedly when he got the tags for the car. He got the tags near the end of November, if I'm not mistaken. He had already murdered the kids then because his tags expired, I think, the 30th of November. The kids were murdered November 13th. So all this time on the ground, going to school, get the teacher's assistant at the end of August. We also find out around the 21st or something in August, he's over at the kid's house watching and stalking. So see, everything was a progression with Kohlberger. Moving there, stalking the kids, getting a ticket in Latau County, coming from the residence, it is believed. 12 pings over there in the road that morning, returned back to that house that morning after killing the kids. Escalation with the Scholastics, getting notice after notice of his behavior. Escalating there after the murders. Students saying they saw him coming in sleepy, disheveled. See, all that is going to play a role for the prosecution. All of that's going to play a pivotal role for the prosecution to lay everything out from the time he touched down, pings on his phone, data in his phone, devices, stalking, going in DMs, not getting a response. He was being pushed. And this is possibly why he was tired coming to class, is because he was out, one, scouring for victims, number one. Losing himself mentally, number two. Being irate, angry, combative, number three. Four, I've got to now lash out. And those were symptoms of a sick person. He was slowly spiraling. And what everyone has to realize, which most of you probably have who are sane, it was going to happen anyway. You can't just think it was just about those kids. It wasn't just about them. It's not just about those kids. It was going to be somebody, because in the end, he didn't know the kids from a can of paint. And so far, we have no information that he knew any of the children personally. So it was going to be somebody, another Kaylee, another Xana, Ethan, whomever, whether it was that house on King Road or a house on Walenta or somewhere down the street or someplace over in Pullman, Washington, or a neighboring town in Washington. It was going to be somebody. Naturally, some of you still believe he had help. I do not know. We will wait to see what happens in court, if there will be evidentiary material that he had a co-conspirator. And the role of the girls in the house, whether they knew Kohlberger or not, whether they knew he was coming to kill these kids, their actions after are heinous to me. And that's my opinion. Whether they knew Kohlberger helped, they didn't help the situation if it wasn't a setup. Let me say that. How are his parents feeling with all this information coming out? And I'm sure Kohlberger is now sitting in the jail very upset and seething that this information has come out about him allegedly being fired, because you see, this is what spirals the emptiness, the loneliness, the bitterness, the anger. They now know my secrets now. They now know I'm a lonely person. 9 times out of 10, I've never had sex. They know this now. They know I never had a girlfriend. They now know I stalked these kids. They now know how many times I was over at the house. They now know I was on the campus stalking and looking at girls. They're also going to find out what's on my computer, my iPad, phones, if I was stalking somebody else. Now everybody at the campus is going to know I got booted out as a teacher's assistant. See, these are the things he definitely would not have want you to know. But it's too late now. Because this is what happens when you commit a crime. People dig your past, your family, your finances, sexual life, where you lived, when you got there, underwear size, shoe size. It's just what they do. People dig. So this is why I tell people, you don't want people talking about you? Don't go out here in the street doing shit. Don't do stuff. Don't break the law. Don't become a sadist. You don't want to be gossip about? But he's possibly wanted to be seen and known. So hell, he might be getting a jolt out of all this information being released to the public. That information is by News Nation, pertaining to an expert speaking on behalf of his demeanor, Mr. Kohlberger. Trying to bring you all said information pertaining to Kohlberger. That information was pertaining to him him reaching a tipping point, uploaded 17 hours ago to News Nation. Thank you for joining me. You're now listening to the Vault XL. Let's hear from King 5 Seattle. Is his name out there? Authorities search unsolved cases for links to Idaho murder. This will be tied into what I just played, that this guy feels like he was evolving into a serial killer. He was becoming a serial killer in this guy's opinion. Naturally, many people have come up with different theories, pertaining to Kohlberger, if he was a serial killer or not, if he killed other people, first-time offender. You know, everyone had their opinion even before Kohlberger was arrested in connection to the crimes. So was he trying to become a serial killer? Did he move to Washington State to be a killer? Did he stalk the girls from Pennsylvania? What was the motive for moving to the school? What was the motive for walking around that campus in Idaho? Was he looking for new blood, new victims, looking for these kids? Did he get an itinerary of their schedules, their work? Had he ever been to their homes, their parents' home? So you have to ask all those questions now. Who are we dealing with? Has Kohlberger committed other crimes in Idaho, Washington, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, anywhere in between? Let's go with some new commentary pertaining to Kohlberger. King 5 Seattle is the source. Links to this murderer. Are there other unsolved cases? Thank you all so much for joining me. Thank you, Morgan. Thank you for following the content. Welcome all new subscribers and viewers. If you're just viewing and you like this content, hit the like button and subscribe to this channel. Thank you for your time.
Pennsylvania. Bryan Kohlberger spent his teenage years and most of his adult life here. That includes stints at 2 local colleges, including DeSales. Now police and prosecutors in this area want to know what he was up to all those years and are digging into their cold case files.
Just outside the open wilderness and resort towns of the Pocono Mountains lies a neighborhood called the Birches.
Yeah, it's just a very quiet community.
These are the streets an accused killer once roamed as a teenager.
I've definitely seen it on TV. Who hasn't?
Now, Lynn Klein and others in the Pennsylvania communities where Bryan Kohlberger lived until last year want to know if he could have committed any crimes before he was charged with the murders at the University of Idaho.
Because anybody or any family that's been harmed or done wrong to deserves to know the truth.
It isn't just citizens. Police and prosecutors have asked the same question.
Your natural reaction is to start wondering, okay, is this guy wanted? Is his name out there? Did he do anything here in Northampton County? Sorry, Doc.
Terrence Houck is district attorney of Northampton County and leads an office of more than 20 prosecutors and a half dozen detectives. It's here at Northampton Community College where Bryan Kohlberger took his first courses in higher education, graduating here in 2018. After Kohlberger's arrest for the Idaho murders, Northampton County's district attorney ordered a review of unsolved cases in his county.
We have a crime information center that compiles information of people's description, size, weight, height, method of operation, things of that nature.
Obviously, you wonder whether or not there was any criminality that he committed here in Lehigh County or in the environs.
Jim Martin, district attorney of the neighboring county, Lehigh, also ordered a review of unsolved cases. Lehigh County is home to DeSales University, which Kohlberger attended after Northampton Community College. He spent 4 years here studying criminal justice.
Bryan Kohlberger,
earning a master's degree last summer. What does law enforcement do, given that he did spend time?
Well, we have a resource here called the Regional Intelligence and Investigation Center. It's the first thing I did was I asked the director of the RIC, as we call it, to see if we had any contact with Mr. Kohlberger.
A data search of more than 6 million police incident reports in Pennsylvania turned up only one record with Kohlberger's name. He called police from this bike trail one night to report that his car was locked behind a park gate.
There was a response from him thanking the police and apologizing for the inconvenience.
The district attorney in Monroe County, Pennsylvania, where Kohlberger grew up and where a SWAT team arrested him on December 30th, did not respond to our questions. But in Northampton and Lehigh counties, both district attorneys say their investigations have found no links to Kohlberger and any unsolved cases.
So we have no unsolved homicides that in any way meet the modus operandi of this event out in Idaho.
There was nothing been brought to my attention. In fact, nothing with respect to Kohlberger has come about in our investigations of cold cases or unsolved cases to this point.
And And that should be some relief to a community that's been stunned and saddened by the murders of 4 college students 2,500 miles away.
It's a little close to home. You just don't expect it.
So prosecutors say the bottom line is there's no evidence that Kohberger committed any crimes here in Pennsylvania. In Center Valley, Pennsylvania, Chris Ingles, King 5 News.
All right, King 5 Seattle. Thank you for that commentary. No other arrest records in Pennsylvania for any nefarious crimes, just that he locked his car behind a gate at a walking trail. No unsolved crimes thus far linked him to the Pacific Northwest, Washington State, Idaho, Oregon, so on and so forth. My guests now, Brittany and Morgan Lee Fay. Brittany, let me start with you. What do you have to say pertaining to DM and this information that he was fired back near, I guess, December 21st? It was finalized in the database as a teacher's assistant. Thank you for joining me.
As far as DM goes, she's always been a big question mark in my mind since this has all started, really. It's just strange. It's hard to put a timeline together and make sense of what she was doing and how everything.
Well, how do you feel about this relative speaking about now it screams, it scuffles, that she called somebody else to come to the house because she feared something went on that night? Allegedly, she called all the girls, didn't get a response. Let me start there. She called all the girls, which I'm assuming that would be Bethany as well. She didn't get a response. So then she had to have gotten up that morning. What time did she get up? She called this guy. Who's this guy? He comes in. How did he enter? Where did he go first? Through the slider, through the first floor? Were they with him when he went and looked around? What is the discrepancy or the truth about the 911 call? We now know it comes from inside of the house. We now know that he used one of the girls' phone. Which girl was on the floor? Which one was couldn't talk? See how long-winded this is?
Yeah. Are they saying that when she called the roommates that this was the following morning or that particular night?
It just says she called. It just says she called their phones after the screaming stopped.
Okay, so my first thought is if you're in shock, you can't dial a number. You can't look up someone in your contacts.
That's why the shock commentary is strange, because you're shocked. You shut the door instead of hiding in a closet or hiding under the covers. You're now calling the girls. But as this relative is saying, and I've said, why would you not call the police? Because now what this person is saying versus what's in the affidavit is not the same. Whimpering is not the same as screaming. Whimpering is like what dogs and kids do.
Well, and they've mentioned that they have the whimpering and the thud from the camera outside.
Yes.
If a camera outside can pick that up,
yes,
it's very strange to me that someone just across the hall
and you wouldn't hear it.
That you don't know that something is very seriously going on. Okay, and let's say maybe shock is not the word she used. That's just how it's written in the affidavit. Either way, she immediately calls.
But when you write an affidavit, you are writing what the person said. Because you know that's going to be used in court. So you can't go fudge it and make up what you think she said. That's what an affidavit is. It's repeating what the person said in their report. When they took the report, those are supposed to be her words. This is why I said it wasn't a good idea to release the affidavit with her commentary.
I was always shocked that wasn't redacted out, the part about her. And I'm back to the bushy eyebrows. I know that sounds so stupid, but his eyebrows, they're thick, but I mean, it's just strange to me. And then if you follow the affidavit all the way through,
what's strange? Explain yourself. What's strange?
Well, if you follow the affidavit all the way through, there's the guy that finds the car in the parking lot. Then he pulls the plates and he pulls the license. And it's strange that this bushy eyebrow seems to really follow it all the way through. I don't know. It's something about that I just find strange.
Well, what's strange is that you didn't get any evidence on him per her description from the police report, and you found the car on the 25th and the 29th. Seems like to me you should have went to a judge and said, right now we would like to get a warrant just to search his garbage can, house, whatever, because he fits the description of a person that may be involved in the homicides over in Idaho.
Right. Yeah, it's strange. I mean, I really question because then, did she, if the person that she called came in, does that mean that she says, I'm so scared, I'm not coming out of my room, I want you to come check things out? So she's,
Allegedly, that's what happened. She called somebody, he came over. My thing is, how did he get in the house?
I guess maybe she knew the door was unlocked because she didn't go out to lock it after the guy left.
Right. So that's why I'm asking, how did he get in? Did he come through the slider or did he come through the first floor? Morgan, where are you calling from?
Hello,
Hi, Morgan. Where are you calling me from, sweetheart?
I'm calling from England, Yorkshire in England.
All right, Yorkshire, welcome. What do you have to say pertaining to DM?
It's bizarre,
Okay.
totally bizarre. Initially, I went with she could have been, in trauma. But the longer this has gone on, it's just incomprehensible. It really is.
Okay. So what do you have to say pertaining to this relative of Ethan stating that she heard scuffles, screams? She called the girls and didn't get a response. And then later that morning, she calls a complete stranger over, I guess, to search the house. He finds allegedly the bodies, but the description in the 911 call is that a person had passed out unresponsive, but not, hey,
Well,
there's blood everywhere.
that wouldn't have been what he saw, would it? He would have seen blood.
Yes, he would have. Yeah.
It doesn't, none of it fits. It's not tallying up, not at all. And also, when you mention the doors, it was reported apparently about 8:30 in the morning. Neighbours said they saw the front door open.
Yes.
So who left that open?
Yeah. But we have to have that verified as well. Is that true? Or is that just somebody wanting to, immerse themselves in the case? Because we've had a lot of that.
Yes, it's also come out today on some YouTube channel. It wasn't actually Ethan in the hall, it was Xana.
Yes, I think I heard something about that. But you hear the relatives saying they were in the room. So some want to argue about the stains being rust and this and that. I think we've seen photographs of the house before the murders, and I didn't remember seeing any photographs of that stain being there before the kids died.
No, I don't believe there was. No, it's a crazy case, and also I believe Koberger was on their radar way before we knew, because he'd been pulled, hadn't he? He'd been pulled in Moscow.
No, wait a minute. Say that again.
I believe Koberger was on the police radar long before it got announced and everything. He got pulled, didn't he, for a seatbelt violation in Moscow in his Elantra?
Oh, yeah, that was August. That's before the children died, though.
Yeah, so surely when they're checking records, that would have been a hit. Okay,
but this is what's the problem. If somebody in Washington found the car originally on the 25th and then the 29th, what I don't understand is why didn't somebody, they're all in cahoots at this point, Moscow and Washington. Why didn't someone ask for a warrant or something just to follow him, case him, and gather trash? Because once trash is thrown away here in the United States, it's trash. So anybody can go through the trash and pull it out. You understand what I'm saying? You don't even need a warrant to go through the trash. So I'd like to know, was he also using gloves to empty his trash after he killed the kids, since we find out he did that in Pennsylvania? So why didn't they go gather DNA? You waited a whole month to get DNA over in Pennsylvania. That's unacceptable to me, since you were already putting him on the ping November 29th.
Well, he had an office at the university. Surely he would have left some DNA there.
Yes, that's true. And I think he shared it with others as well.
Yeah.
But that's a good point. Yes, you would have had fingerprints. You would have had fingerprints on the door handles, the desk. We don't know how many desks were in the room, how big the room was. But indeed, if he's going in and out of this place daily, exactly, that's a very good point. There's fingerprints there. So that's a great point. They should have been able to get DNA on him early on, right? The 2 weeks after the kids died, and they noticed his car, which I find that strange. You're just now finding the car because he's driving the car.
Yeah.
And we don't know how many times he's gone back to the general area before they found the 12 pings. We now have kids saying they saw him on the campus, I think, before. So was he also going to the campus afterwards?
He was everywhere in that car. He was all over.
Yeah. And that's the scary part about Coy Berger, is that I think he is, a night owl, and he does things strange, such as him getting this car locked in this gate out in Pennsylvania at a walking path trail. Who the hell knows what he was doing out there on that path to get his car locked into the gate? That means it was probably dark 30 when the car got locked, right?
Yeah.
You would know what time to get your car out of there before they locked the gate. Who's to say he wasn't scouring for women then, playing the role of the, phantom in the woods? Because I thought about that.
Yeah, and there was also the friend that mentioned he liked to run at night.
Very good point. Yeah. Okay, that's right. They did say that. They
and
both
up to 6 miles.
But that friend invited him though. Remember?
Oh, true. Yeah.
The friend invited him to run. But the point is, if we have a killer in the making, this could have been a good opportunity to lie in wait, stalk, get a feel for what it's like, get a feel to see if you're seen. Because I find it strange you lock in your car and it could be nothing. But now in hindsight, naturally, you're going to look back at everything he's done and said. Who's to say he wasn't practicing?
Yeah, trying
back then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but he made this is the thing. If he is a killer, he's made a lot of mistakes.
But a lot of people do because they're dumb.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? They're not as smart as they make themselves out to be.
Yeah, he really does think he's something, doesn't he?
Do you think they have enough evidence so far against Coy Berger, besides what we don't know?
They've never really revealed if the DNA is a 100% match. Not really, have they? It seems
well, all they have is the sheath touch DNA that matches him.
Yeah. Mm.
Well, let me ask you this: do you believe the DNA on the sheath is his? Because they said it is.
Well, if they're saying it is, it's got to be. Surely they wouldn't make that up.
Yeah, and then too, you got to remember they found hair at his apartment, and naturally, if we find out that the hair is long, he doesn't have long hair. He didn't have long hair at the time of the murders. So now you got to ask yourself the length of the hair and the color of the hair. And if one of the hairs is also dog hair. He doesn't have a dog. We don't hear that he had a dog in the car when he was going across country. So you use deduction.
Yeah. Let's it'd be poetic if it is Murphy's hair.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't it? Man's best friend. It's a crazy case. And I start to get worried at times, with all these discrepancies and silly acts, really, that heaven forbid he would.
Explain what you mean.
About what went on in the house that night.
Yeah.
With her not making that call.
We don't know, because in the end, as I always tell the fans, everything about the world is a version. You're only worth your word. Let's be truthful. You're only worth your word. So if you go and tell the police this, and this was said or seen, that's all they have. If there are no surveillance cameras in the rooms or in the house, no one had any private cameras in their rooms, then that's all they have is your version versus the evidence.
True.
And that's the scary part of the story, because now we have this relative coming out. She obviously has gotten information via his parents and who talked to her and who came back and told the family stuff that the girls said. I don't know if Ethan's family talked directly to DM and Bethany, but what's interesting is they have knowledge that she called, allegedly, if we believe these posts, she called the girls in the house but didn't get a response. That should have been your cue. Something was amiss in the house and awry.
Yeah. And again, it comes back to the trauma. So she weren't that trauma that she couldn't do that.
Exactly. Because if you're calling them, right, you're not that scared. Not saying you weren't scared, but you had the fortitude, I'm saying, to dial the numbers allegedly. So if I call you all, I don't get a response. I'm thinking, hell no, I'm scared to go out this room. I think I'm just going to go and call the police. But then somebody said perhaps she didn't call the police because they've always had problems at their house from partying, neighbors complaining on them. Maybe she thought, I better not call, and it's nothing. They'll be looking at us like, we're back at this house again with more foolishness and nonsense. So did she not call because they've had problems with law enforcement at their house? Brittany?
I mean, that's a thought, but I feel like that would have been a completely different situation. I mean, I can understand the officer thinking, oh God, this house again.
Right.
But, showing up and then saying, I heard something, I was just afraid something was wrong, and nothing really being wrong would be a completely different situation too. We've had multiple complaints of no, I just feel like that would have been looked at differently.
Okay. Jennifer in the chat is saying, remember when they told the cops he was a TA? I wonder if Dad even knew he got fired. Well, you got to remember, he left in the middle of the month, so he hadn't gotten fired yet. The information wasn't sealed until I think the 22nd of December, Jennifer. So he wouldn't have known that he was fired yet. It wasn't official until the 22nd from this information. But he was in limbo at that time when he was in the car with his dad. So, Brittany, how did the young man get in the house to find the bodies?
The doors weren't locked. It's the only thing I know.
Or somebody opened it, or could it be Bethany?
Yeah,
opened the front
she
door?
opened it.
Because that would make sense for him to knock at the front door instead of walking around to the slider. And I can only see him going to the slider if he's been to the house and he just decided to go in that way. So we don't even know how he entered the house.
Right, but if we're to think that she had to open it, then I would think that she exited the room that night to lock the door.
Which door?
Whatever door Kohberger left out of.
Well, you got to remember, sweetheart, she didn't lock the door. He left out the slider, remember? She never went back out.
Right. So I would assume, just assuming that she would have said, the slider should be unlocked. I saw this person exit that. I haven't locked the door.
And I mentioned that earlier, that wouldn't he be suspicious to say, well, why didn't you run back and lock the door when you realize he left out that door? Did that guy ask her, hey, or did she tell us? We don't even know if she told him or not. See, that's the whole point of the story. That's why I keep telling you, everything's a version. We don't really even know what was said to the guy, except for allegedly, hey, I think something happened last night, or I'm scared. Can you come over to the house and check the house out? I just find it strange to live in your own house and you wouldn't at some point walk out or call 911. Because I'm not going to be that fearful for 7.5 hours and not come out of the room or call law enforcement. That's just strange to me because you live there.
Right, and her phone data is going to show all that information, how active she was.
Yeah, but my thing is, how can you? Let me tell you how this is coming out right now. This is almost as if they were in a hotel. This is the behavior of DM right now. If I'm to believe this person related to Ethan, this girl acts like she was visiting a hotel or resort, heard some disturbance in somebody's hotel room, and just went back to bed. That's exactly how this sounds. She doesn't even act like she lives there.
Right, or if she was a visitor of the home. Yeah,
Yes,
that would
that's
make a lot more
what
sense.
this sounds like. A visitor, not a person who lives in their house. How could you live somewhere and not be trying to inquire what the hell is going on? Everybody knows that if you're in your house right now and you have a house that has 2 levels, 3, you hear something strange and you're too scared to go out, the first thing you do is call 911. That's what's so baffling. And I don't know why anybody thinks that's wrong to say that. Because I keep telling people, you all act like this is a damn dorm. This is not a dorm. This is a house. They only had 1 living area, 1 kitchen, 1 laundry facility. That's not a dorm. That's a house.
And I just feel like, why wasn't she scared for herself? Did she want to call 911? I mean, I know she said she was exiting, but still.
And then we find out he returned. So that's even more crazy to have lied up in this house and this guy is outside doing God knows what, contemplating we don't know. And you haven't even called this guy over yet that we know of, because this is 9 a.m. when Kohberger is outside doing something. See, this is bad. This is
and
I would
assume that the camera footages that they do have outside will also show what time people started arriving that morning.
Yeah.
It's very odd. There's a big time gap. It's really hard to make. I could make sense out of an hour, maybe 2. I'd still have a problem with 2 hours, to be honest. But the length of time is absolutely insane to me. It's really hard to make sense of.
Yeah, because what looks bad is that you either slept half slept for those hours, got up and called this guy at some point in the morning. He comes over. It's just, you can't make it make any sense. This woman speaking makes it worse than what we had already speculated. See, that's the difference. If we're to believe her assertion of what allegedly was told to her by somebody, law enforcement, Ethan's family, whatever, this is worse than what we were assuming was going on while doors are opening, closing, dogs playing, whimpering, thud. See where I'm going? Versus 7.5 hours of nothing, of mystery.
I always go back to the DoorDash. I find that so strange as well. You know, if he was there and he watched and waited, why then?
He left his house at 2:47. It doesn't take but 15 minutes to get from Pullman to Idaho.
But the amount of time from the DoorDash arriving to when he apparently would have went inside is not enough time for someone to eat their food and go back to sleep. I just find that so.
And that's the whole point. We don't know.
Does anyone think it's possible?
What door they opened? We don't know. Was she opened the door to get the food? We don't know if she ate the food. That's why I said it was important for us to get the autopsy of what everyone ate. Now, that stupid woman says that those things weren't important. Toxicology, it has nothing to do with the case. No, dizzy broad, but it lets us know if somebody had extra soda pop in their belly, extra food in their belly. See where I'm going? Undigested food. It is important.
Do you think that he could have ordered the DoorDash?
But then I wouldn't get up to go get the DoorDash, now would I?
Well, no. Well, somebody's at the door, I guess is what I'm thinking. So you don't know. You don't know why somebody's at the doors.
But see, everything's on. But you got to remember, everything's on her phone. This is how they got verification.
But on the phone,
listen.
It doesn't say that on her phone. It does in the affidavit.
You have to say it's on her phone, sweetheart, because how are you going to know she was on TikTok?
It says that she was scrolling on TikTok at such and such time, but it only says that Xana received a DoorDash. It doesn't say that, and then it says that the DoorDash person came forward. Okay,
but listen to what you're saying, though. You know that everything's done by the app itself. The app has to be on one of her devices. You now would have to say he had access to her DoorDash to order.
No. I could DoorDash you anything right now. If I had your address, I could DoorDash you anything.
Well, I didn't think of it. I ain't really doing it.
I mean, I don't know where I'm even going with that. It just, the DoorDash thing, it's almost like, Dylan, I can't leave that alone. It's something about the DoorDash and the timing I find really strange. Was he trying to put someone else at the scene?
No, Xana. DM can't see Xana's room. Her room is on the wall that separates the kitchen. So she can't see around that wall to her room. Well, I just assumed that she ordered the DoorDash because
she may have.
She was up. I'm assuming she was up. Maybe she was hungry.
And she may have. I've only thought about that just because it was such a short time before he entered the home. And I felt like he would have seen this DoorDash driver. And then I thought, was it to put someone else at the scene around the same times as the murderers? Or I don't know.
But he had to have known that this person, their information would be verified. Because that his information has been verified that he was not there long. And naturally, they're going to have his phone pings, his orders pinged. He wasn't there to kill those kids in a 20-minute interval. Ms. Morgan, you have anything else you'd like to add?
The DoorDash. Apparently, they did interview the guy who delivered. So I've heard. Again, is it true? Who knows? But apparently they have interviewed him and it was a legit delivery.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. That would have come out by now that it wasn't legit.
Yeah, I believe it was a legit delivery. Yeah, and it's... But
because
again,
they checked all their phones.
They
checked all their phones. So I would think possibly somebody would leak that out. Oh, Xana didn't order DoorDash.
And the bag was in the kitchen.
I don't know.
If we believe that Jack in the Box,
that's
Santa's name on it.
That's a picture, but that's not really proof that was her food. Somebody else could have had a bag there earlier. You know what I'm saying?
I'm sure that I've never had a DoorDash, but it had like a post-it note on it saying her name.
Yeah, it put her name on it. It did show her name on it. So
Yeah, so that's
I mean,
what I'm saying. And as
it
far
could
as
have been
that
earlier in the
picture,
day. You never know.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. The picture of that being in the window, we don't really have proof that that was the same food. Because anybody, you're talking about 5 people living in a house. That bag could have been there
From
5
another
hours ago.
occasion. Yeah, true. Well, I want to thank you for having me on.
Oh, you're very welcome. Come up anytime, Miss Faye.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And
Have a wonderful
it's
week.
late in England and I've got work in the
Oh,
morning.
thank
but
you.
thank
You know I
very
love my
much.
Brits.
Oh, bless you. I love you too. Thank
Okay,
you for having
be
me on.
careful.
I'll catch you again sometime.
Okay, thank you for
Thank
your
you.
time.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, everybody, that's Miss Morgan from the UK. All right. This is bad. Still bad. All of it's bad. This is worse because, see, it's one thing to assume something, but then if you get somebody to verify the situation as far as the different terminologies used, screaming versus whimpering, and that's not good at all.
Right. And then there was another one discrepancy versus what the sister-in-law said is she said that the voice said, "I'm here to help you." In the affidavit, it says, "I'm gonna help you." And here to help you, that I see that could be something Bryan would say.
But see, this is why I said, what did I tell you about repeating stuff? Everybody's not going to repeat it and word it the same.
Right. That's why I'm like, was that really what was said? Or was
I think it was says, "I'm going to help you," if I'm not mistaken, in the affidavit. But now we got to decide if that was Ethan or him being snide. Because how am I going to help you when I just stabbed you?
And then you think of that.
And you would have seen me stab you. So that would make no sense.
And if she's seeing, if I'm seeing my husband, my boyfriend, whoever, there's no way she's quiet.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
There's no way.
So either way, whether they want to switch it around, who was in the doorway, who was on the wall, somebody would have been screaming. So you take your pick how you want to word it, how you think. We don't know. We don't have evidence to who laid where. But if I'm to believe Ethan laid in the doorway, that means if she was killed last, then she would have been hollering and screaming, watching somebody stab her boyfriend. Let's say she was standing in the doorway and got stabbed first, and he was up in the bed. He would have heard and seen it if he was up. He would have been hollering and screaming and trying to stop him from killing her. So that all that mess would have took place right in the doorway. All 3 of them tussling with each other.
Right. I mean, it would make sense to me that Ethan would have been first.
Okay. Let's play some information pertaining to Bryan Kohberger has been receiving threatening letters. This is News Nation. One moment.
And then a whole bunch of other people who are more like ticking time bombs and would like to see him blown up. Because as it turns out, there are multiple letters coming in to the Moscow jail, and they are threatening the life of Bryan Kohberger. And they are not treated like the love letters, slightly different. For that, I turn to the guy I know who knows everything about prisons and jails, and that's Larry Levine. He's the director and the founder of Wall Street Prison Consultants. And also with me tonight, Dr. Michael Aaron. He is a psychotherapist and a certified sex therapist specializing in fetishes. I think he might be able to get me off the ledge on this one. First to you, Larry Levine. When a threatening letter comes in, ultimately saying that they want to see this guy dismembered or whatever it is they're threatening, what's the protocol? Does he get to see these letters?
No, they're not going to do that, and they're going to refer it over to the postal inspector, and they'll launch an investigation and try to track the letters back. But this is nothing new. Look at Joni Arias, the Menden brothers, Scott Peterson, Charles Manson. They all received letters. I mean, Charles Manson married somebody who was writing letters to them. It's these women that I spoke to Jacqueline Pavlari, my colleague, who's a psychologist, and she said that these women are insecure and they lack self-esteem, and that they find that the men, they're not available, but they are. They know that they're not cheating on them.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find
that was bad. It cut him off. This guy, I think, has been to prison. This guy here, if I'm not mistaken. How do you feel about that? People sending him threatening letters, Brittany?
That doesn't surprise me. that surprises me is the crazies that are in love.
Yes, as
The
Miss Brittany
Britneys that
Hislop.
are in love.
Yeah, I pronounced her name wrong. I brought commentary pertaining to Brittany Hislop out of Kentucky. She's done this behavior before, visiting and sending mail and commissary to a guy by the name of Cody. He eventually blocked her from coming to the jail. I read you commentary from her on a post that she felt like his mother was the reason why he blocked her. But what you have to do is question the mindset of someone wanting to stalk and do basically the same thing that they were doing to their victims out here in the street. Why are you wanting to write a criminal, especially to that magnitude? We're not talking about petty crimes. We're talking about somebody who's hacked up 4 people or was a serial killer. What interest would you have with this type of person? Do you not have any empathy for the victims? Because they kill people they did not know for no reason and continue to kill and murder them and lie in wait and stalk them. So what would you have in common with somebody like that?
You're just
Fantasy
as
or
crazy
not,
as they are.
you know, bad boy image or not, to me, that's not even a bad boy image.
No.
Serial killer to me is not considered a bad boy. You're in a whole different dimension and realm of a bad boy when you
Right.
become a serial killer. Loneliness, they're empty. Okay, good. You're depressed. Good. But why would you want to get entangled with someone? But it's just like what they said. Perhaps they know they're never going to be able to be with the person. They're never going to have a relationship with them. So this is a safer bet. Me write him, call him, visit him. But we're never going to be able to consummate anything. We're never going to be able to make children with one another. We're never going to be able to play house with one another. It's a safe fantasy.
Yeah, but at the same time, what's the point other than, I guess, maybe conversation, someone to, I don't know.
They're saying that these people are lonely that reach out to these type of criminals.
Yeah, you must be really
prison.
lonely. I don't know. You clearly have some issues yourself because, you know, like you said, where is the empathy for the victims? These people weren't, you know, this wasn't an accident. This was, no, I don't know. That's really hard for me to even understand. I feel like you would definitely have issues.
The thing is, she's done it before.
Yeah, she's got a set of issues, you know. And I was reading
and
something.
She has a boy child. That's more bothersome to me. Besides her just being crazy and wanting to reach out to a killer, alleged killer, you have a boy child that's 16 years of age, meaning you had him young. What type of role model are you setting for your boy child?
Right. Well, I didn't know she had a child.
Yeah, she's a 16-year-old boy.
Yeah. No, but I mean, because in my mind, it should be right the opposite. You would be wanting to, you know, set an example for your son. Someone that was.
Yeah, you would be a poor excuse, period. Whether you had children or not. But it's worse. Let's say if you had a boy, it's bad. You have a girl, that's bad.
Right. Yeah, no, I don't know. That's really hard for me to even understand someone like that. I mean, that's odd. You know, and she, one thing that I read, she mentions, like, you know, how she hadn't had sex in years and things like that. Well, what do you think? That's just, I don't know. It's just very strange.
But you're not going to have sex with him. So see what I said? That's it's a safe fantasy. I agree with that part, that it's a safe fantasy. You're never going to be able to touch him and do anything with him. They're not going to allow you to consummate any type of a relationship or marriage or anything. If you decided to date him, he decides to let you come visit. Nothing's going to come from it. Absolutely nothing. So what is the point?
She's looking for attention. In my opinion, just especially, you know what I mean? Like, and then now she's kind of getting it in a way, you know.
That was also mentioned.
With this high profile case, and, you know, now her name's out there, and I mean, not that it puts her in a very good light, but some people don't really care, I guess. I didn't know she had a son. That's sad to know that you would do that, because it should be the opposite. You should be setting a good example for your child, or wanting to be with a man that, you know.
Imagine your son hearing that.
Yeah, that's hard for me to make sense of. Really, it really is. She's got some issues for sure.
Do you think he will continue on with the trial?
I do. I think I do. I'm really starting to feel like that possibly there was more, he had maybe gotten back on drugs, or, like I've said a few times, maybe it was a prescription drug, some sort of stimulant, because they do cause you to have mood swings and things like that. Because exactly how you said it earlier, he was spiraling. He was, I truly believe that was starting to happen, you know, and then it leads me to question. I've often kind of felt like maybe he, once he moved there, he started to target these girls. Did he
Somebody
go?
said could they might get famous from it because she thinks he's going to get book deals and stuff. Yes, this could be an attention ploy. Could have been an attention ploy when she was chasing him behind the Cody guy. You understand what I'm saying?
And the Cody guy, what did he do? Do we know?
He shot a man and attacked 2 women with a machete
See, yeah, no,
in Kentucky.
That's crazy. Is she from Kentucky?
Yes.
It's strange.
And he allowed her to visit, send money, letters, blah blah blah, and then one day he just blocked her from coming. So I'd like to know why he blocked her.
Yeah, and it'd be interesting to know how high profile was his case. Was it just an attention thing?
In a small town, it probably was very high profile.
Yeah.
Trying to chop people up with a machete, that would definitely draw news. Let's play a little bit from News Nation. Why do some women fall for accused killers? News Nation.
I understand anybody who would admire someone like this. So I am being told that the letters are going to Koberger's attorney first, who's taking a look through them, and then they're going off to the authorities for follow-up. And by the way, those are the kinds of things that can get you in a whole heap of trouble if you threaten someone's life. So Dr. Aaron, can you dovetail off of what Larry just said about the kind of person? I mean, for instance, Brittany Hislop, what exactly would they possibly see in someone whose headlines are only awful?
Yeah, I think he made a really good point where I think, first of all, there's this allure of the bad boy, and maybe a lot of women are attracted to bad boys generally, who are kind of confident and they're rule breakers or whatever. That may be attractive to a lot of women. But in addition, this is a bad boy who's a captive audience. And this is an individual who is not going anywhere. This is an individual that's not going to leave them. This is a guy who's always going to be there and probably so bored that he's always going to be receptive to their letters. So this is kind of a fantasy scenario of a kind of a true love with the ideal bad boy. And the fantasy is so strong that kind of maybe some of the details are a little bit less relevant because the main thing.
That's it. That's exactly where I was going with this. Is this a compartmental, well, literally a willful blindness to the horrors that he visited upon these 4 innocent children, to the horror that they went through in the last moments of their life, to the horrors that have been left behind for their families, to the horrors for everyone else who feels now like we know these 4 kids and can't imagine that someone could do this? Are these people just that clueless, or are they just that unkind to humanity that they could just compartmentalize that stuff away, Doctor?
They're wrong with. I think it's a very self-centered focus because the fantasy predominates everything.
Thank you for watching. Go to News Nation.
All right, everybody, that's a continuation. What do you have to say about that? The fantasy, as we were just saying here, no empathy, chasing him behind a man that's killed numerous people, or it could be a woman, a guy. You have guys that like crazy women too, visit them in prison, things. What do you have to say about that?
I don't necessarily go along with the bad boy part of it. Because like you said, I think that's a different level of bad boy.
Yeah, very different level of a bad boy.
I guess possibly she could be compartmentalizing, but it makes no sense. I mean, I don't understand how you compartmentalize it when you're dealing with someone in that type of situation either.
Okay.
I don't know. I find it hard to make sense of that, really. Okay. I mean, she's got clearly some issues. For sure. I don't know. That one's a hard one for me.
Wonder if DHS will end up intervening now that they see that she has a child, because they're going to look at her like you don't even need to have access to a child, even though he's almost grown, but it's still her child.
Yeah, I mean, I guess at some point they could say, oh, he's safe too, because these people are never getting out. I don't know. I mean, that's just odd. I think that there's definitely some issues. I mean, I think she definitely wants some attention.
Say about her then. Go ahead.
She's definitely looking for attention, I feel like, but I don't know. That's a hard situation for me to make sense of, especially knowing that she has a child.
Okay, hold on.
I'm not surprised that this is not the first time we've seen this, right? We've seen it with Ted Bundy. We've seen it with Charles Manson.
what is the obsession with these kinds of defendants? I mean, is it the danger of it? Is it the fame of it? Why do people get attached?
Well, they are famous, infamous, and I think there's a confusion there. And there's something about a dangerous man that can be appealing to some women. And there's a seductiveness there with many of these men in prison, so they can be very charming. The advantage of pursuing somebody who is behind bars is you don't have to deal with them in real life. So they can't frustrate you. There are bars that separate you from them. So they won't leave socks on the ground, dirty dishes in the sink.
That's funny.
They're more of a fantasy in reality.
Well, here's more of what she has to say about him. So she goes, if anyone ever says that I can't be sexually attracted to my love interest, Bryan, as well as genuinely care about his well-being at the same time, I know for a fact that they're wrong since I feel both of those things for him. And although I'm sexually attracted to him, I also wish I had a significant mutual bond that isn't just based on sex. By the way, this is someone who's never met him. And the only reason she even knows who he is because of the horrific crimes that he's accused of. So the reason I ask you that is because it seems to me, you mentioned fame. If she's also not just writing him, she's posting on Facebook, right? She doesn't have to do that. If she really loves him, she just sends him the notes.
Exactly. That's true.
Well, they've done studies, and millennials, what they want most is fame. So she could be seeking fame for herself. But when I saw this, I also thought of a love addict, right? And love addicts often have fantasy relationships with somebody who's not really available to them. They project all of their wishes onto this man, and it doesn't need to happen in reality. Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find
News Nation is the source. That is the guy that works on Law and Crime Network, being interviewed. This, I think, psychotherapist or whomever. Brittany, mentally ill, famed.
I mean, I can't help. I mean, I hate to say it, but I can't help but feel like she's got to have some mentally.
Yeah, because she's done it before. This is not even about Kohlberger. She's done this before with a guy back in Kentucky years back. Kohlberger probably drew more attention than this guy, perhaps, because I've never heard of this Cody person that killed a man and tried to hack up 2 women with a machete. So this is more attention, more this and that. But the point is, she's done it before, so that shows she had ill will, mentally ill. Something's wrong with her anyway. And then the wordings in the post are repetitive, which is a sign that the person is not mentally stable.
And she's not rallying for his innocence or anything like that, correct?
I haven't heard that. Just her affection and what she's attracted to.
Yeah, so that in my opinion, I mean, I could maybe make a little more sense out of it if she's like, oh no, I didn't think he did these things, that something to that effect. Maybe
somebody says that I don't think she was mentally ill. Well, you can listen, you can watch the wordings in the post. If you read the entire post, the post she's put up, the posts are of somebody mentally ill. When you start talking about the moon, the way the picture looked, and the moon makes people do crazy things, and she talks in circles and repeats herself and talks about why he wouldn't want her. If he didn't want her, let her know. That is a sign of somebody mentally ill. You haven't even met the man.
Right. And to say you're sexually attracted to him, I do believe that you can look at someone that you believe is attractive, and think that they're attractive without knowing them. I agree with that. But sexually attracted in my mind is
and then you're thinking about all these reasons why he could not want you, and if he didn't let you know, and all that. How in the world would you think that's somebody that sounds sane? That's probably the other guy many years ago, a complete stranger. That's not a sign of somebody well equipped.
It would be a little different, in my mind if it was opposite. Because I mean, that doesn't make sense. Like he wouldn't want. No, that's odd. It's just strange. I feel like, I don't know. How old is her child?
16.
16, which is a very impressionable age.
Any age. Once a person finds out the person's in jail for hacking up people, even a child would have enough sense to know, Mommy, why are you talking to this guy? He's killed 4 people.
And my mommy's okay with that.
Exactly. And as I said, she does show signs she's mentally ill because she's done it before, which had nothing to do with Kohlberger. And the writings are very off, and it's repetitive. And usually when people repeat themselves, that is a sign that something is wrong. Their mind isn't computing properly to even make the sentence make any sense. You don't have to keep repeating yourself when you're writing a letter to somebody. She continuously repeats herself when she in those posts. To me, that's a sign that something's wrong with you.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if the news does an interview with her.
Yeah, because you're talking to the person as if you have a relationship with them already. Those posts sound like she's already met Koiberger, talked to him on the phone, Skype, whatever. They've been talking for months, years, and she's falling in love. She hasn't even talked to him. She hasn't met him. It has been verified. They've never met. They've never talked. So when you read the post, if you didn't know her, you didn't know Koiberger, you didn't know what Koiberger did, you would think that these two have met one another already.
I mean, yeah, I find it strange to say you're sexually attracted to somebody that you've never met.
Yeah, I get sensations looking at the picture. I want to see him standing up instead of sitting down. I want to see his physical build. Come on now.
Oh, well, watch the videos. There's plenty of him walking in the courtroom.
Oh my God.
I don't know. That's just odd. And so is he allowed to I mean, I know he's getting mail, but are they actually giving
I'm sure they'll let him
any?
get mail. I'm sure they will.
I mean, and I'm sure that she's had, honestly, plenty of people, inmates, write her back because they're bored. I mean, what else do they have to
As
do?
they said, this is a safe relationship where you won't get your feelings hurt. Nobody will be beating you up, hurting you, using you, stealing your money. The worst case scenario, they'll just possibly talk crazy to you back in a letter or video Skype and or block you and tell you don't come back.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that the other person blocked her.
Well, let me tell you something.
She's got some issues. That's kind of bad.
Even though he's crazy,
right?
Shooting that guy and trying to and attacking those ladies, he probably saw signs that hell, I know I'm fucked up. What the hell's wrong with this chick?
Exactly, and that's sad. I mean, that's bad.
Yeah, that's real sad.
That's unfortunate that people feel that way.
Let's talk about Xana. Who's the person that's releasing this information? She fought hard and died last. There's a gag order lifted. I mean, in 2 times.
They're saying her fingers or something were cut off.
What I'm saying is, who is the person that is giving out this information?
I don't know. See, I find it hard to believe a lot of things that are coming out because the One News Nation thing I read the other day mentioned, and that may be what you're referring to now.
Yeah, all this is News Nation.
Where they're saying something about
the father said something about that in a November 5th article or November article to a local newspaper talking about her fingers or something. See, I don't know. I never read that.
I didn't read anything about his fingers. I just remember him saying, or the dad saying that she fought back. However, I found discrepancies, and I felt like the arrest affidavit to what was said on News Nation, because and this may just be me interpreting it incorrectly, I don't know. I understood that Xana was in the hallway, not Ethan. Mm-hmm. And then when they kind of said whatever they were saying on News Nation, it was the opposite of that.
But you remember the first rumor that ever came out on social media when somebody was defending DM and Bethany, that was the rumor then that he was the one out in the hall first.
Yeah, that was always what was said.
I thought maybe it was the kitchen area. I don't know why. Yeah, I thought it was the kitchen, not near the bedroom.
You're correct. I forgot all about that because that was until anything came out. That was the
original rumor is that he was in the hallway.
I don't know. I find it hard to believe a lot of the things that are kind of coming out.
Well, let's just say it's a cop or somebody giving information they know they're not supposed to. We do know that people do leak things out, such as this information about Koiberger being relieved as an assistant. People do tell things.
Right. I don't know.
Can't find this article about her fighting back. Hold on.
I'm trying to remember what it said now.
About what?
The article about Xana. I just remember something about the fingers.
And they were severed. Near severed, almost severed.
And maybe that's all it really
That's what I read from the Daily Mail today, that they were bruised. The father said they were bruised from, I guess, being cut.
And that's why I feel like I can't leave God forbid if she's innocent and she has nothing. I don't know. And a part of me thinks, as many questions as I have for Dylan, that she didn't have anything to do with Bryan, but what the hell were you doing at the same time? If that makes any sense.
That's the problem. She may not have conspired with him, but your actions that night makes you guilty
They're so
of
questionable.
neglect of getting help to your friends. Even if they didn't live, you still should have dialed 911, because we're to believe this relative of Ethan that you heard screams and thuds and noise, and we know
And
it
we
happened
know it's
loud.
true.
Because I
And
refuse to
we,
believe that. Listen, I refuse to believe that all four never screamed. You have to prove to me by autopsy that the initial slash was to the throat, rendering these people unable to speak.
mhm.
So that's what I'm waiting on.
You know, and even if they weren't your friend, I don't care who you are. If I know something's wrong, it's just really hard to make sense of. It
That's what I'm
truly
saying.
is.
Her behavior is of somebody who didn't live there. I'm going to keep saying that.
And it is like a someone visiting,
Yeah, she doesn't act like she lived in the house.
someone that wouldn't have felt comfortable, you know, coming out and questioning something. Or I can, even if she opened the door 3 times, on that 3rd time she saw no one. Okay, I could go along with her never calling anybody, maybe. But to know that you saw somebody is so mind-boggling to me.
What
It's
do you
just
mean he went straight to Xana's room? We don't know where he went. We assume he went upstairs first.
Huh?
Everyone's assumed that. And I still don't understand that's ex-agent agreeing with Goncalves' statement that why did he go up there? Doesn't make any sense to say, because if that's the case, he didn't have any business in the house anyway. You're basically saying that one of the other kids is what? Was the target, but it doesn't matter. He didn't have any business in the damn house, period. Let's talk about her being fighting back. Hold on.
That continue to emerge about the accused University of Idaho killer Bryan Kohberger as legal teams present evidence in his murder trial. Now, 3 different students now say they remember seeing Kohberger at the University of Idaho Student Union building just weeks before the quadruple homicide. They say he was, quote, the type to stare, making students uncomfortable with prolonged eye contact. We are also learning more about the Xana Kernodle, Ethan Chapin, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Gonsalves killings and how Kohberger's last victim fought back. Sources confirming with News Nation that week that Kaylee and Madison were killed first. Ethan and Xana's killings came after. Ethan was reportedly killed in the doorway of Xana's room, and Xana fought back against Kohberger, grabbing his knife repeatedly. Joining us now to discuss these new details, former CIA officer and FBI Special Agent Tracy Walter. Tracy, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me, Natasha.
And Tracy, these details are just gut-wrenching. I first want to ask, what is your reaction to this revelation that Xana fought back, grabbing the knife repeatedly? What does this new information tell us?
I think what this new information tells us is that everything transpired in the way that I think we all have perceived it to transpire. I think that the quote that still sticks with me is what Mr. Gonsalves said about how the killer didn't have to go upstairs. I think that was really just sort of the number one clue in all of this. And it makes sense.
See, this is where I have a problem with this commentary. The reason why I got upset during my last live stream pertaining to this. How does it make sense for him not to go upstairs? It makes no sense to say that.
It doesn't to me. And I kind of,
and I can't believe she's agreeing with him, because I, to this day, don't understand the comment. He didn't have to go upstairs. Well, then where was he supposed to go?
I mean, I feel like he obviously knew who he wanted to kill. We'll say that, you know, and he maybe knew the house layout by simply getting on Zillow and things like that, looking at the house layout.
Yeah,
I understand.
Obvious. He didn't necessarily have to be in the house. I think most people should know that now. He didn't have to ever go in the house. You can pull up any place and get the layout of a house if it's posted on a website.
Although it's not available now, it was previously. Let's be clear there.
Well, they probably taken it down. They now blur out the street, the people's cars on the street for security reasons. But I'm saying, I don't understand the comment. He didn't have to go upstairs. That makes me think you are saying that your child wasn't the target and he should have gone to Xana's room. Because how else am I supposed to dissect that comment? What does Mr. Gonsalves mean? This is why I didn't like him talking. Because
to me, that would mean
to say that. And really, it's disrespectful to the other kids that are dead.
And maybe it's a deflection. You don't want people to think that your child was the reason that, you know, all this happened to the. I don't know. But that in my mind.
But you don't know, because you got to remember, let these people tell it. They didn't know him. They didn't know that she was really being stalked. They heard of it, but then they didn't have verification. Then we only got the shit from the affidavit that he was in somebody's DM. They won't tell us whose DM he was in. One of the girls didn't respond. So now we have to ask ourselves, does he now have information to whose DM it was, and it wasn't Kaylee's? But then that still doesn't make any sense because you made these statements before we found out about Koiberger, who he was, tied to the scene, DM, and going in the DM and trying to talk to one of the girls. One of the girls didn't respond. So now that leads me to believe that maybe he knew all along, Mr. Gonsalves, that it wasn't about Kaylee or Maddie, that possibly it was Xana.
Well, that's what I was going to say. So
or the other girls. I don't know how to dissect it.
The statement only makes sense to me if Xana and Ethan were killed first, and that he's aware that those were the target. Because then in my mind, I think, okay, you killed your target. Why do you go upstairs?
Yeah, but that's the point. That's the only way a person can dissect that comment. Why would why he didn't have to go upstairs? I remember when he first said it, I thought, damn, that's pretty rude to say, and 4 kids are dead.
In my opinion, that, and I don't know if he was, reaching because he didn't have answers and he was fishing for, I don't know.
Well,
but no, that only
a second. Charlotte, if indeed Gonsalves thought Kaylee was the target, then that makes no sense to make that comment that the killer shouldn't have gone upstairs. Then the killer should have gone upstairs if that was his target. And he did kill both girls. He did kill Ethan and Xana.
Right. And I always think about, Care said, remember Xana's dad changed the lock weeks before. And that's true. I would love to have more information on that, why they were changed, what made that happen. I don't know, because that statement makes me feel like he knew that Xana was the target.
Well, maybe she was the target. I don't know.
But I also, and then so if you go with the sheath, in my opinion, and this is just my opinion, I don't know, that he went upstairs first, and that's when he removed the knife.
Because you got to pull the knife out the sheath.
Right.
One would believe he had the sheath either in his hand, in his pocket, or on a belt. He went upstairs first. And if he's been watching the house, he would have known Xana didn't live upstairs. That's the point. He's been there 12 times. So you have to use deduction. He was at that house for a reason 12 times. Okay? So why would I leave the sheath behind? One would say he left it on purpose. 2, that's the first place he went to, pull the knife out, put the sheath on the bed, start stabbing the girls.
Right, and possibly didn't expect for more than one to be in that room, and was a little overwhelmed.
But then the flip side of that is, if he was actually watching the house often, then he would have known allegedly Kaylee was not living there. So then one would have to ask that question. Then where was she living? Because the rumor is she had already moved out, got a car, got a car 2 days beforehand. So if she actually moved out, then how could she be the target?
Right, which I think is somewhat of a rumor, because I think that she was suspected to move out. But in one of Steve's interviews, he mentions that he receives a picture of Kaylee's room and the bed is still made. So her bed and everything was there. So I feel like a lot of that is rumor.
Yeah, the sheath is what holds the knife. That's not the knife, the sheath, from my understanding. The sheath is what holds it. That's what the button is on the case. It's a case. It's not the knife. Because the knife allegedly is still missing. The sheath is what holds the knife. The sheath has a button snap. His DNA is on the button. So let me make that clear. The sheath is not the knife.
Yeah, and I don't think he meant to leave that. That's just my opinion.
He probably forgot. He's killing people. Pull the knife out, throw the sheath down, stab the people, go downstairs, stab those 2, run out. Didn't realize till somewhere down the road, next morning, whatever, oh, fuck, I left the case behind.
It's all strange. When you go back to the DoorDash, you go back to the amount of, someone came to just deliver food. You go back to the amount of cars that are in that driveway. Clearly, Kaylee just got a new car.
That's why
I would love to know if he was there, of his 12 times being there, was one within the few days that she had returned back with this new car. So, this is Kaylee's car in the driveway. So, but otherwise, there's other cars. There's a lot of cars there. I mean, that he's very brazen, period.
Let me finish this right quick and then we'll go off
really
that.
just sort of the number one clue in all of this. And it makes sense that Xana and Ethan most likely heard the scuffle upstairs. And now that we know that she got a DoorDash delivery really just before the murders took place, tells me that she was awake, she was online, she was getting, looking at TikTok, Snapchat, those kinds of things. And she very well probably heard any commotion that was upstairs. And it makes sense. Ethan went out to check and see what happened. He was killed. She tried to fight back, and it's really heart-wrenching to know that she did that.
Are the reports of Kohberger sightings around the University of Idaho Student Union building before the murders concerning? What do you make of that new information?
Karen, let me make this clear to you. Obviously, you can't understand nothing I'm saying up here. I did not say he killed Maddie first. We're saying he killed the girls first. That's per the information that they have given us. I've never said he killed Maddie first. I've never said he killed Kaylee first. The assumption is that he went up to the girls' room first. And naturally, they will see the trail from the time you come in the slider versus going upstairs, coming back down the stairs, walking by DM's door, walking into the living room, walking to Xana's room, kill these kids, come back out. Common sense should tell anybody he left the trail, which would show you where he went first. So if he left the sheet upstairs by Maddie's body, why would I not think that one of them was not the first one that he killed? You got to pull the knife out. You can't stab a person with the knife in the sheet. I don't think I have to explain that.
And it's possible that he didn't have the sheath attached to his belt.
That's what I just said. I said the knife could have been in the damn sheath, either in his pocket, on the belt, in his waistband. The point is, allegedly he went up there first and killed one of them first. So that means he would have to take the knife out the sheath. You can't stab a person with the knife in the case. That makes no sense. No, you want to come in here and argue with somebody about something that's already fucking common sense. Don't come in my chat with that nonsense. Obviously, you didn't even know that a sheath was a case. You can't stab somebody with the knife in the damn case. So either he went up there first, killed those kids, forgot about the sheath, went to the kids downstairs, killed them, or you entitled to believe that he killed Ethan and Xana first, then went upstairs and left the sheath up there on purpose. You're entitled to your opinion. But if we're to believe that he killed those girls first upstairs, he had to take the knife out of the case. What is it that you don't understand about that? You can't kill somebody with a knife inside of the case. Because the case holds the knife. Miss me with the attitude.
I'll admit, I didn't know what a sheath was until this.
I Googled it. As soon as they said sheath, I Googled it. It's a fucking case.
I didn't know what it was. And my husband carries one every day. And I didn't even know that's what it's called.
The knife is placed in it for security.
And then when I think about the type of knife, it being, the fixed blade knife, it leads me to question, when she saw him, did he have the knife in his hand? Because you can't fold it and put it in your pocket. Maybe if he had on maybe they were Dickie coveralls that you can get at Walmart. And that maybe
that's why I said we don't even know how he actually carried it in the sheath. We don't know if he had it in his pocket, he had it in his waistband, he had it on a belt, or he just walked in with it in the sheath in his hand. That hasn't been revealed how he carried it. But anybody can use common sense. Is that he had to go upstairs first if the sheath was left beside her. One would assume that's why they were first, because the sheath was laying beside Maddie's body. So he took the knife out, dropped the sheath on the bed, started stabbing the girls. Why would I not think that he didn't pull it out up there first? Because the sheath was left beside the body. How did the sheath get there then? The sheath holds the knife. That's the purpose of the sheath. If you don't understand what I'm saying, please Google what a sheath is. Damn. Come on now.
Right. And like Lisa said,
over nothing.
it's possible he just didn't see this sheath also, because when he stabbed these girls, blood have probably started to cover it, because they had mentioned that it was laying beside him.
Yeah, he's in a frenzy. He's not
Yep.
thinking about a fucking sheath and he's stabbing these kids.
I bet he thought about it when he got in his car.
That's the point. So that's why they said perhaps that is why he returned at 9 a.m. was to retrieve the sheath. And then maybe he realized, oh, this is stupid. It's daylight. Somebody might see me go in. Somebody might see me come out.
And then, do you believe he saw Dylan? Let me ask you that.
I don't know. That sounds strange to me. Listen, I can't see leaving her alive. That's just me personally.
Same. My only thing is that maybe he believed that, oh shit, this person's been here since I started. 911's on the way if I kill her.
I don't know. But my thing is, we're talking about at least 4 minutes per victim. So in the 4 minutes that you could possibly kill each victim, you could have spent 3 to 4 minutes killing her. She's already in the doorway. You didn't have to go look for her.
Right.
You didn't care about being in the house killing all those kids. So what's one more? I'm not saying, he should have killed her. I'm just saying it's strange that you would walk by a person, go right around after killing the kids, looking for a place to dispose of your clothes, the knife. Then you go all the way to Pennsylvania a month later and throw trash away in your neighbor's trash, clean your car down thoroughly, but you will leave a whole victim alive. That makes no sense.
And I have a hard time believing that was the first time he cleaned his car thoroughly. I think possibly with, the amount of stops on the way to his parents' house kind of had him on guard as well, because there's no way that was the first time he cleaned that car. I just can't believe it.
Sweetheart, in the affidavit, she doesn't say that they talked. She just said he walked by her and walked out the slider door. She did not say they spoke. She did not say that she spoke to Bryan. She did not say he threatened her. He walked by her and kept on going out the door. So you're entitled to your opinion of why he left her there in the doorway. I'm going to finish this.
That information is very much in line with what's been reported about him in the past. In the past, it's been reported that he was asked not to return to a restaurant because he made patrons uncomfortable there with his staring. He made employees uncomfortable there. So that really does track with his previous pattern of behavior. Now, him having access to the University of Idaho Student Union, it depends on what their access was like. At the university I teach at, you can pretty much walk in and out at any time. You don't have to have a key card to get in there. And so it's not necessarily unusual that he would have been on campus, especially if he was doing graduate work. He may have been doing work in conjunction with Idaho. So it's not unusual that he was there. However, that behavior of him sort of staring at folks is very much in line with what's been reported in the past.
And it is striking to me that increasingly we are hearing about past instances, largely women, talking about having interactions with him and passing interactions that made them feel uncomfortable, that something wasn't quite right. And I do want to speak to you more broadly about this sort of idea of a gift of fear, listening to instinct, listening to one's gut. What can we take away from this instance? What can we learn from this?
It's so interesting. I read reports all the time on the careers that I've had in the CIA and the FBI and why women are sometimes really good at these jobs. And it's because we have this good intuition, this good sense of gut, if you will. And so I really do think that, if women feel uncomfortable, say something. You don't have to say something in that moment, but if you do feel uncomfortable, it's perhaps worth, going to campus security. It's perhaps worth going to the police or telling someone else. And so I do think that women have this gift of intuition that is extremely important.
Absolutely. And I think our tendency as women as well, sometimes to try to override or rationale our way out of it in the pursuit of politeness, right, Tracy?
Yes, and I'm very blunt, so I don't mind being impolite, I guess. But I think the thing is a lot of times, if we reported every time someone made us uncomfortable, I think we'd be reporting things a lot. And so it's really difficult to find what that fine line is of just, maybe someone just rubs us the wrong way, not someone we want to necessarily get to know, or this person is potentially someone who's going to do myself or someone else a lot of harm. And that's that fine line that we need to walk.
All right. Tracy Walder, always appreciate your insights. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, that's News Nation. This source says that Xana fought back. We did get information at the beginning of this crime that a few of the victims fought back. So there were only 4 victims that were brutally stabbed to death. And so you can use your discretion on who you think fought back. We have a source close to the investigation allegedly saying that she fought back. She died last. Do not know if that is true or not. This is all someone else's rendering. Nothing has been revealed by the police of who was killed first, who was killed second, who was killed fourth. Let me make that clear during this live stream, since everybody's getting their panties in a knot about some dead kids in a house, because in the end, they're dead. They're not coming back. So in the end, it doesn't really matter who was killed first, who was killed second, who was killed fourth, third. He didn't have any business in that house killing those kids at all. But if we're to believe this source, that the 2 girls died first on the top floor, a sheet was left behind next to Maddie. A sheet is a case that holds the knife. A source says that Dylan was inside of the doorway deceased, and that Xana died last and fought hard. Brittany, what do you have to say about that said information? My goodness.
I feel like that would kind of make sense if it Dylan. I'm not sorry, not Dylan. We're down forgetting their names. Xana and Ethan were both up, or well, you know, at some point came encounter with him. That Ethan would be the first one that I would think Bryan would want to take out. So that I mean that does,
because we don't even know if that is true. If he was already out of the room, he was at the edge of the bed where the bed sat. So you have to ask all those questions. Where was the bed in proximity to the door? How small the room was? Did they have the bed pushed up to the wall to where a person would have to crawl over another person to get out of the bed? See, you have to ask all those questions because some of those rooms were small to where it was only probably cohesive to push a bed. You know what I'm saying? Up to the wall. Therefore, a person would have to crawl over another person, to exit out of the bed.
Right. And I felt in the affidavit, it was very detailed that, Maddie and Kaylee were in the bed and Xana was found. I can't remember exactly how they said it, but I do feel like it wasn't very clear where Ethan was in that affidavit when they put that out. It just didn't seem very clear of where exactly Ethan was. But yes, I would, if I could make more sense out of Ethan being killed before Xana. Xana.
Yeah.
Either way, I mean, it's horrible. I mean, I can't imagine. Could you imagine?
The whole thought is horrible of watching someone be bludgeoned to death. Because like I said before with the girls upstairs, no matter who he killed first, the point is one of them woke up or both were already up. See, we don't even know if both were even awake. But the point is, let's say one was asleep. I won't doubt that a person would wake up after all that wrangling and stabbing somebody's body. And let's say the first person that was stabbed upstairs was fighting back. The other person was sleeping in the bed. You want me to believe that that person would not wake up? Of course they would wake up. Because you're shaking the bed.
Right. And then I've often questioned how asleep was Bethany, because there was just a DoorDash that was delivered. And they went to the doors. Well, I shouldn't say that. We don't know that they went to the door to get it. They can leave it at the door.
We don't know that. That's true, because we don't know if he left it at the front door, if he left it at the slider. That has not been revealed.
Right, or if it was left outside, or they actually because there's options to say leave and I'll pick it up myself, or hand it to me. So I don't know. It's also very strange, and.
But imagine, like I said, because we don't have the details of the DoorDash verbatim. Just imagine Korberger's been over at this house for about an hour, watching, trying to decide when to go in, because we don't know if lights were on, how long lights were on or off. Imagine he saw the DoorDash, picked it up, and maybe banged on the door. Who's to say he didn't enter?
So that's
wait a minute. Let me finish. Imagine he saw the DoorDash guy bring the food. Imagine he knocked on the door with the DoorDash, or slyly brought the DoorDash in to the slider door, sat it on the counter, or took it to their room. But then one would say, well, if we're to believe that he killed the kids first upstairs, then he wouldn't have taken the DoorDash into Xana, being snide, like, hi, here's your DoorDash, and I'm here to kill you.
Right. There's a few reasons that I feel like it could be him that ordered that DoorDash. I know that people say in the affidavit it says that she ordered the DoorDash. It does not say that in the affidavit. I've read it 100 times. It said after she received a DoorDash. The only thing that it says about her phone is that she was scrolling on TikTok. I can explain to you later offline why I feel this way. But either way, I think that I just find that odd. The whole DoorDash thing, I can't leave it alone because, he's there. He had to have seen this be delivered. He had to know that if food is being delivered, you're going to eat it. And by the time he enters, in my mind, you're not even done eating your food.
How do you know he wasn't already in the house? He's been there an hour.
We don't know. We don't know. And then I always go back to the one thing you said.
That would be interesting to know if Korberger was already in the house while dogs are barking and she's on TikTok, or her and Ethan talking, whatever they were doing in their rooms, whatever the girls were doing upstairs, sleep, not sleep, don't know. Be interesting to find out he was in there all alone.
Mm-hmm.
But we do know at 404 he was still in the road. That was mentioned in the affidavit.
And they say the DoorDash was delivered at 4. I don't know.
Was it delivered at 4?
Yeah, I believe it says 4. It doesn't give like 4:01. I believe it just says 4 o'clock.
Okay, so then that means he pulled up afterwards. Because this car is pinging outside, or something's outside pinging, or something was seen. Let's just say that. Something was seen of him outside at 404. And it was related to the car. So that means to believe somebody had a camera and possibly saw him out there probably trying to decide where to park.
And then the one thing you've always said is, how did he know he could get in? I can't leave that alone either.
Yeah, because you would have to at some point been in bullseye view to watch the girls go through the slider. I personally don't see the point in going through the slider, only if I'm just lazy and I don't want to start going in from the bottom floor and, climb up 3 flights of stairs.
And we can't forget there was a ladder that was propped up beside the house that had been there, they said, for months.
Yeah. And that was bad to have a ladder there. Why would the ladder be there?
I don't know.
Well, then one could say they had work done. See, you don't know, because we don't know these kids. We don't know what they had going on at their house. We don't know if they had problems with the locks. If somebody tried breaking in at one time, somebody tried breaking into the rooms, and that means they already had access to get in the house. See, we don't know anything because nothing's been revealed. Just a little bit of this and a little bit of this, but nothing that's been just like ironclad verified. What was wrong with Xana's locks? Did he try to fix locks on the entire house? Naturally, that would be a manager's job to fix door locks outside and slider. That's not the tenant's responsibility.
Right. And it's not specified what lock he fixed. If it was a bedroom lock, if it was a door outside, like a main door. I mean, I don't know. It's all very strange. It would make more sense to me if they show him in that area at the 1 p.m. time, seeing the girls get home and possibly go out the sliding door to walk the dog, because the sister had mentioned that the dog was walked, that was picked up on a camera.
That would be the sensible door to go out of, considering they live on the 3rd floor. I can't see her going all the way downstairs to the 1st floor unless she just specifically wanted to walk out the front of the yard to let the dog use the restroom at the front of the house.
See, and it would make more sense to me that you would go out, the sliding door. But then you also hear that Kaylee is so into true crime and all this other type stuff. You would think that she would be sure to lock that sliding door when she came back in.
I want proof that she actually moved out. That's what I want.
I don't think she did. I really don't feel that she had.
I don't either. That's why I said you have to be very careful in listening to all this gossip, because this is how this story jumped off about DM and BF in the first place. Somebody lazily went to social media speaking on their behalf that they made it seem like they were outside and people walked up, because people can't walk up to your house and know that you're crying inside. So that alluded me to think that they were outside, passed out and crying. Because how could a stranger walk up to me and know that I'm in distress and passed out if I'm inside? Now we hear, as I told you all before, the captain said the call came from inside of the house. So that let me know that there was a third party inside of the house. Now, a month or so later, we have this information from Ethan's family member saying, yes, the call came from inside of the house. The girl said she called everybody. Nobody answered. She then hours later, calls somebody over, a guy. He comes over. Don't say how he entered. he finds Xana and Ethan. But then now you have to question, what did he exactly say to the dispatch on the 911 call?
Right, because if what's to be said on the Dateline and the 2020 website, these people are standing out front of the home when they arrive, and all they can say is dead.
Mm-hmm.
Which,
so that means you then had to go outside with these people, or did you not? Or you continued to stay in the house, and then other people gathered outside, but they didn't go in?
I would assume they didn't. I don't know. I always go back to the smell, but I'm a big smell person. I can smell anything. So always have questioned how she didn't smell something. And maybe that is what made her, want to call somebody. I don't know. There's so many things with the Dylan thing.
So what
And
do you think? She smelled something through the door, locked?
I mean, there's a lot of blood. There was so much blood that it was leaking out onto the foundation.
Well, let some people tell it that wasn't blood. That's rust.
It looks like blood. No one has confirmed, and of course I don't know. But either way, whether it's even that isn't
that's why we assume that somebody did die on the wall. That it was Xana, because of the affidavit saying audio was distorted of muffled sounds, dog barking, and a thud. So that would be the person. That's 50 feet from the door to the left side of the house. So one would say somebody had to have been on the floor crying and whimpering for it to be heard on the audio. Then they want to argue and say the audio isn't real. Why the fuck would the police put that in the affidavit and not have verified it? This is why I know people don't listen to the information.
If that was just, something we've heard, if this was News Nation saying a source, close friend, yada, 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 was reporting that, I would feel completely different. But the fact that that is written in the arrest affidavit makes me feel a lot different.
What I'm saying, I tell people, this is why I don't like talking about true crime, because people don't listen. The police, they are investigating. You have several agencies investigating. You want me to believe that they would make up audio knowing this shit is going to be given to the district attorney. The district attorney decides how to follow through with filing charges and a grand jury indictment. They know that this will be in the information. They know that it would have to be verified. Why in God's name would you think they would have fabricated sounds knowing this has to go to court and before either a grand jury and 12 members of a jury?
Right. And they've shown pictures of officers on that deck with across from them with other people on the deck, which looks like a camera up above, possibly if that's when they're getting this footage. I don't know. I think it's also strange, but with those sounds being picked up on that footage, it only brings me back to Dylan. Like, how could this be picked up outside of the home?
Yeah, and you're inside of the house.
Right.
Okay, then we have Nancy Grace doing a podcast, about a month ago. She specifically says they're outside in the dark, filming and talking. She can hear a baby crying from the neighboring apartment. I'm assuming it's the building behind the property, or it's the building across from the house, either one. If she can hear a baby crying inside of a closed area, why would you all be questioning what the fuck the house heard on its own audio and camera? And it's only 50 feet away.
No, I consider that's verified.
You want me to believe these people? You want me to believe that somebody had their window open, snow on the ground? Not saying that people don't get hot and don't crack a window, but it's cold outside and it's cold there, and it's nighttime. And you want me to believe that somebody had their window open where a baby would be, and Nancy Grace could hear a whole kid crying? Come on now.
Right. I don't know. I just hope that they will really need to prepare her for the witness stand. And that is, that's bad.
She won't fare well.
No, they're going to eat her alive.
No matter if this is her version, she's telling the truth or whatever, it's illogical. And what's going to be bad is if they bring in this person who's made these Reddit posts versus Dylan testifying versus Bethany saying, yeah, I got a text from her. Yeah, I responded. Yeah, I said this. And then they're going to then tell her, well, why the hell you didn't think to call 911? If indeed you'd answered the text that morning.
And there's not a lot of information on Bethany. She's not mentioned at all, other than being in.
Well, allegedly, why would she be mentioned if she was asleep?
And hopefully she was, because it's
For her
it leaves
sake,
a
for
lot
her
to
sake,
question.
listen, for her sake, because what's going to be bad is if cell phone records show you two were talking and texting during the hours of the noise, opening and closing doors, and after Korberger leaves out of the house up until 11:58 a.m.
Mm-hmm. I've heard people say that, maybe, there was drugs involved or drugs in the house, and they wanted to clear the house. Bullshit. Nope. You can't make me believe that.
You could have still taken the drugs and took them somewhere and hit them in the dirt and still came back in and dialed 911.
Right, or flushed it. I mean, these kids ain't working for the cartel.
You could have done anything. I don't care if it was a pound of weed, if it was a little
right.
a $20 sack of weed. All you had to do was go take it somewhere, get rid of it, come back, and still call 911. It's bullshit.
Right. I don't believe that at all.
Unless these people aren't as close as it has been perceived.
And I still find that hard to believe, because even if I'm not close with someone, anybody, even if I don't know you, and I think that something's wrong, I don't know. Everybody's different, of course. I can't imagine not trying to do my part to render some sort of aid or call 911. And that's, that goes back to the 911 call. Why I guess we haven't heard it, but, do they tell them on this unresponsive person, can you get a heartbeat? Can you give,
now that's a very good question, because that is what is asked of a dispatcher. So now imagine that. Imagine they're speaking of Dylan on the ground. So you have not mentioned nothing about the two dead people in the room. Did the dispatcher say, can you get a pulse? Do you see them breathing? Is their heartbeat going up and down? Is their chest going up and down? Imagine that.
Do you know how to render CPR? If you don't know how to render CPR, I will walk you through it. That's how it works.
Okay, so now let's fast forward. He's speaking of one of the kids in the room. Did you check a pulse of the girl? Now imagine that.
I feel like that would be different. At that point, you're getting to the scene. As the police officers getting to the scene, you're going to have someone that has blood on them. And because they've tried to
if you touch them. So let's ask that question. Did they touch the victims? Did they try to render CPR to Ethan and or Xana? Did any of them touch the kids' wrists for a pulse when they discovered them unresponsive? If we're to believe that's what they're speaking of. See, that's where this is a problem, because we now don't really know who the hell they're talking about. Because the rumor started out that this was really about Dylan and Bethany on the ground, not the two dead kids.
I mean, in my mind, if I'm calling 911 and, they're asking me this, I'm like, there's so much blood. No, there's no way these people are living it. And, there's so much blood. They've got to be dead. Okay, well, ma'am, please walk over and see if you can get a pulse. Like, I would still think that would be, something that's just protocol, in my opinion. Please stay on the phone with me until 911 calls. Please continue to
and that's usually what they make you do.
Mm-hmm. I don't know, that it leaves a lot to be questioned. It really does. I mean, there's a lot. And then they say the multiple people get on the phone during the 911 call.
Okay, so that means there's more people in the house.
Mm-hmm.
So see, now we're talking about more people at a crime scene. That's not good.
It's contaminated crime scene, and that's one thing that they're gonna use, that the crime scene was contaminated. That the roommates call. The word is
let me ask you something. My understanding that other people were outside, not inside. When the rumor first broke, it was outside. See, this is why I said this is a problem, because the person who was speaking up on behalf of them on social media was acting as if all this falling out, passing out was outside, not inside. It's only until the captain spoke and told that the call came from inside. And now we get this Reddit post information that the call came from inside. A guy was called over. He's inside. He makes the 911 call. So now we have to ask, what exactly did he say during the 911 call? I've got a girl that can't speak. I've got a girl on the ground. And I also have 2 dead people on the second floor. Did he tell the dispatcher that he had 3 people unresponsive and 1 that could not talk?
Right. Because if you are to believe what is said in these Dateline in 2020 episodes, they walk up and they say dead. And that's not what's said. I mean, that's just not what seems to be said on this 911 call.
You mean the people outside?
Uh-huh. And so they are aware that everyone inside that home at that point is dead, is what I'm understanding.
So who's declaring that everyone's dead in the house? See, I haven't watched Dateline. I've watched the CBS, because that was the first one that was released, and I'm trying to remember that I watched all of the
and don't let me quote it and say it was Dateline. I don't know if it was Dateline or 2020, to be honest. I've watched both, but they say when the officer arrives at the scene,
okay, when he gets to the scene, yeah, outside, there's people outside,
and they are pretty much speechless, and all they can say is the word
quiet.
dead.
It was kind of somber, is what they said.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we now have people outside and we have a guy inside. So now the next question is, how many people are actually inside of the house with Dylan, Bethany, and the mystery caller?
Did anybody go upstairs?
See, that's what I'm saying. We don't know.
And then, the mother says that they get word that Kaylee had been shot.
Right.
I mean, what the hell?
Right. So that would lead a person to believe that then you did go upstairs after going in Xana and Ethan's room. It would believe that you went, whoever this person is. If somebody went to Ethan and Xana's room first, then we also have to ask, did the same person or persons or any of the girls that lived go upstairs to check on those kids? Because if let's just say it's true, she called somebody over that morning, he showed up, don't know which door he entered. He goes up the stairs from the first floor, finds the kids dead. Did he then also go up to the 3rd floor to discover Kaylee and Maddie dead? And when he decided to call 911, what did he actually say on the dispatch? Did he say, all the kids are dead except for 2, and 1 of them are on the ground and the other one can't speak?
Right. I don't know. I'd love to hear this now. I mean, I can't imagine going upstairs. That's just being me. If I found what I found.
Why not? Why not? You're already over there because the girl said she was scared. She thought something happened. So if you find 2 dead, listen, you find 2 dead, Brittany. He's a guy. He's not a girl. You find 2 dead. You want me to believe he didn't also decide, hey, we better go upstairs and check on the other 2?
I think finding 2 dead bodies is going to be somewhat paralyzing to anybody, the state that they were in.
Now listen to what you're saying. Listen to what you're saying now. This is why I always tell people to pay attention. He's paralyzed too now. Well, if he's paralyzed, then why the fuck he ain't on the ground?
I don't know. I don't know.
So think about what you're saying. You should know that he's left a trail. Listen, you should know he's left a trail, Koiberger. So if I just found 2 dead, it's a bloody scene. I've had to see a trail on that wall, on that low wall, which you can look over down to the 1st floor. You had to have a trail coming out of that room, going into that room. He called 911. Why would you not go upstairs to check on the 2? So this is what we need to know. Did this guy go upstairs to also discover the bodies of Kaylee and Maddie? Because there's no way in my right mind I'm getting up out of my bed to come help this girl look around her house because she's scared. I find 2 bodies on the 1st floor, but I also know she has roommates that live on the top floor. Wouldn't I logically say, damn, I better go up here and see if these other girls are okay? Why would I just assume it's just those 2, the bodies that I discovered? I'm just saying, make it make sense. It's just like anybody's house. You go in a house and know that there's 7 people in there. You find 2 dead, 3 dead. You don't think to go to other rooms to see if the other people are okay?
I don't know. In my mind, I just feel like it was so horrific. It was just a lot.
Okay, so now think about what you're saying. It's so horrific, he allegedly didn't go upstairs, let's say. But yet you will still stay in a house not knowing if the killer is still there See, now you understand where I'm going?
No, I would think that you would immediately get out of that house.
That's the point I was waiting for you to say.
That would be my first thing. And that still leads me back to
And that's
Dylan.
what was said in the beginning, that the girls called 911 before exiting the house. When they got outside, people saw that they was hysterical, walked up, one fell out, one couldn't talk, and then that person grabbed the phone and dialed and explained that she was on the ground, whoever the she is, without knowing there were dead people in the house. That's what I took at the beginning of this story. Now we get information that's not how it allegedly went, per the affidavit, and now this relative of Ethan per a Reddit post. So what is the truth?
I don't know that we'll know.
They called 911 and ran out, and those strangers walked up and asked them questions, or she lied and called somebody because of what she thought she heard and saw hours before.
Right.
Because this is looking like what that person is saying on the Reddit post. She and that other girl knew something happened in that house, and they didn't go get no fucking help.
And I always go back to, why not help yourself?
And the person who's speaking on their behalf either got secondhand information or false information from Bethany and Dylan. And that's going to be
that's a very good point. Yep. That whenever they call that guy.
That's how that's looking.
Mm-hmm.
Whoever put that rumor out, they got secondhand information that was false. They got a version, not the truth. Or they're lying. Take your pick.
And I don't know if I'm just being judgmental, but even with the Daily Mail catching the pictures of Dylan out running in her home neighborhood, that still struck me as odd. I get the person's been caught now, but I don't know. Something about that was so strange to me. I feel like, you've been through such a traumatic situation. I don't even know that I would feel safe doing anything like that alone.
Thank you, Roses. And that's what I'm trying to say is that that people are on social media talking about you and Bethany and the kids. That people were coming up with all type of wild theories and hypotheses and thinking that you all had some involvement. You knew the perpetrator, blah, blah, blah. Why in the world would you come outside your house in shorts to run in the fucking cold? So then you have to ask yourself this. Did she already see the camera people out and came out and deliberately ran, or they caught her running? Which is it?
Yeah. Well, they mentioned she had just left Starbucks. It makes me wonder if they did kind of follow her. Okay. But still, I think it said that she had left Starbucks, and then I don't know if she went home and started to run. But yeah, and they made sure to, mention that she's in shorts.
I personally wouldn't be out running, whether I was a size 2 or a size 10. I'm not running anywhere. I'm not running in the cold. I'm not running in shorts in the cold. And due to the fact that my friends were hacked up, I don't know who the killer is. And I think by this time, Korberger
was arrested by them, but still.
But I'm still just saying, under the circumstances, with all the media, social media rumors and this, I'm only going to the places I need to go to take care of business.
Right. I mean, I don't know. I just picture myself being like in a deep depression, honestly, locked in my room and, not out.
Frankly, I wouldn't even be afraid to even sleep in a house, to tell you the truth.
I'd be scared to death.
I don't care if it was my parents' house. Why would I even feel safe in their house?
I wouldn't. And everybody's different.
Yeah, because I'd be afraid to sleep. But I'm saying I'd be afraid to sleep at night, even if I know who lives in my parents' house. I know who come and go out my mother and father's house. I still would be, when dark 30 hit, I would be afraid to go to bed at night.
Right. And I would maybe even feel different if there was maybe somebody running with her. I don't know. Like I said, maybe this is just being judgmental. I don't know. Yeah. But
I think going to a gym would have been preferable, where there are eyewitnesses and people could see me come and go out of here.
It's very strange. I mean, you can't deny the fact that Dylan leaves a lot to be questioned.
Well, I can say this Reddit post does not help her or Bethany. Now, we don't know if Bethany was up or not, but like I said, naturally, all this will come out in court of phone pings, who was talking to whom, who called whom, who responded during the morning. And it's going to be bad if we find out that Bethany responded during those hours It's going to be really bad.
But, as in Bethany's defense, say she truly was asleep, and then you've got Dylan texting her like, "Oh my God, is everything okay? Did you hear all that noise last night?" I'd be like, "Girl, you're crazy. I'm going back to sleep."
Yeah.
And not a lot is mentioned about Bethany at all, which is interesting to me.
Well, that's the point. It's nothing to mention if she didn't immerse herself to say anything.
Well, hopefully she did not, because, there's a lot of stuff being said about Dylan. It's sad because truly,
Well,
I don't.
Somebody in the chat said something about a rumor that she went down to her room to sleep.
And I believe I've heard that. But if she went down to her room to sleep, would she not have seen someone?
She would have.
Exactly.
She would have had. And that's why I said, you don't really know that she didn't come out of the room and find all of the kids dead and just turn a blind eye.
I mean, yeah. Did she go out of the room to sleep with Bethany and is like, "Oh, I don't know, I've heard all this noise," and not mention anything until the next morning? I don't know. But
one thing for sure, if indeed Ethan died thirdly, Xana died fourthly, there's no way you didn't hear that.
No,
there's no way you didn't hear that. And I refuse to believe you heard all of that you didn't open the door at some point and come out and you did find them dead and you decided not to call 911 for whatever reason.
Well, then if you heard all that and then, you've seen this guy walk past you and you believed he's exiting or leaving or whatever, why not open the door one more time to check on everybody? It doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah, but I just said she probably did, Brittany.
I believe it's very possible. I don't know. It's hard to make sense out of anything that she did. Like I said, 1 hour, 2 hours, I could give her some leeway. But the amount of time
let's be truthful. If we're to believe the Reddit posts, that means she slept or stayed up all night knowing something happened in that house, heard something happen in that house, did not call to render aid to her friends and roommates, and still had the audacity to call a complete stranger to come over to that house and have him walk through the house to discover these dead kids. You really
that's it right there.
That you let that many hours go by. Don't you think, let's go here, and this is something I didn't think of. If I was so worried that something had happened in that house after Korberger walked by me, why didn't I call that guy right after Korberger walked by? Locked the door, called that dude, kept calling somebody till somebody woke up. Hey, come over here. I think something has jumped off over here. I need you to come walk through the house.
Right.
Card. Not 7.5 hours later.
Because if you were that scared that you wait to the very next day to call somebody, you knew I really question if she went to sleep at all.
Yeah, and that's why I'm trying to say that it doesn't make sense that you were frozen in shock, but you allegedly downed these girls, didn't get an answer. We don't know if you ever came out of the room or not and found the kids dead and just played possum, or if you went downstairs to sleep with Bethany and told her what happened. We don't know what is said and done, but the fact that you called that guy means you still had that on your mind when allegedly you woke up in the morning, the daylight morning, to have him come. And I won't doubt that she, even in the daytime hour, peeped out a peephole and or opened the door and looked out and smelled the smell of iron from the blood, saw a trail, got spooked, shut the door back, and then called this guy. It's still bad either way. However you word it, it's bad because you called him thinking something had happened in that house. So now we've got to prove, or the state or the defense has got to prove, she did know those kids were dead in there, and she did see that they were dead, and she did nothing. She did not render aid to her friends, and possibly she texted Bethany through the night. They talked, conspired. She went to her room, slept with her. They got up and concocted this bullshit to call somebody to come look. See, we don't even know what's the truth.
No, and you can't say that, she was, because he passed her room, she was so scared, maybe to even call 911 that he would hear her. You can simply dial 911 and lay the phone down and they will locate you. So it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
The amount of time
she had to wake and still remembering what allegedly happened that night, if we believe she didn't come back out the room and see anything. You still had to have thought about the process to dial help and dial an outsider to come to the house, like everybody was saying in the beginning, before we knew all this information. Why would these other people be at the house before you called 911? But then the person ran to social media saying, don't bash them. They did call 911 and then went outside the house. Well, we know allegedly now that that's not true. You all called 911 in the house and had another guy there in a house with bloody people, smell of blood. Why would you still be in that fucking house? You can't make me understand that makes any sense. I'm not sitting in no house with no dead people and they're butchered up. Because how do I know the killer's not still there?
Right. I can understand not being scared to come out of your room. I can understand that part. But knowing that she had access to her phone and knowing that, like I said, even if she was scared to make a noise, you dial 911 and you can just let the phone sit there. They will locate you and they will come to that house. That's a fact. And so it doesn't make sense. And to know that, almost 8 hours later that you knew something was so wrong that someone needed to come check the house before you exited your bedroom, there's a problem. And as a mother, I'd have a real fucking
that's
problem.
what I'm saying. All these parents should have a problem with DM's behavior because she was there on the second floor where 2 bodies were actually brutally killed. She sits right below the room of the other girls who died. There's no way you're going to be able to tell 12 members of a jury and to the general public and these family members that you heard nothing of significance which warned you not to call 911.
No. And, they say that, yes, the stabs or the wounds were so bad that 911 wouldn't have been able to render help. You don't know that.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's principle. How about this is what she should think about if she's not. That could have been me up there on the second floor and the third floor. That could have been me fighting for my life against Bryan Kohberger, if we believe he is the perpetrator. That could have been me found bludgeoned to death. That could have been me that somebody waited 7.5 hours to call 911. That could have been me.
And as a parent, I'm always going to have some sort of animosity. I'm going to wonder, could you have saved my child by calling 911? I mean, I couldn't help but wonder that.
And I'm sure they do think about it. They may not have the guts to go to her directly and say to her, hey, what the hell was going on that night? Why didn't you call? Why did you call this guy hours later? You had to have sensed something was wrong. So why did you not call 911 when you locked yourself in your room? Did you come out of your room? Did you once come out of your room and realize my child was dead and you did not render aid to my child? Why not? Because you did call somebody. So that means what? You were up, sleep. You didn't go to sleep. What? You woke up but realized, oh, something jumped off. Let me call this guy. I do believe it's way more.
There has to be.
I believe they came out and they knew those kids were dead. And that's a terrible thing to say, but it's looking like that to me.
And yeah, she's going to need some serious counseling. That is for sure.
You think. And what if she doesn't? How about that?
If she doesn't need counseling, then there's an issue.
So what you have to ask yourself is the obvious, because a lot of people don't like to think the worst of people. But this is what I tell people. If you can think the worst of Kohberger, you can't think the worst of these 2 girls because, one, you don't know them. You didn't know Kohberger. You didn't know the other roommates. You don't know what they've done. You don't know their dispositions. You just know what people are telling you about them, their personalities. But the point is, people cover for people all the time. People turn a blind eye all the time. I mean, I was talking to an elderly lady yesterday who said, if I see or hear something, I'm not saying nothing. I'm not calling the police. I'm not getting involved. This is what I'm trying to make everybody understand. There are people who live like this every day to where they could actually see a crime be committed. They do not dial 911. They do not render aid. They do not go out to check on the person. They do not even call the Crime Stoppers or the police when they're asking for people's information and help. They will not get involved. Now factor in you've got a person with that type of attitude that lives in the damn house with you.
Yeah, and that's scary. See, I know a lot of people are kind of like that. They that they don't want to get involved in certain situations. Maybe it's a neighbor they heard or saw something. But I can at a point maybe understand that. But when it comes to this house that you lay your head down in, that's a little different. And it's just exactly like you described it earlier. It's almost as if she was a guest and that she wasn't.
That's how I take her behavior. It's of a visitor.
Yeah, I've never thought about it that way.
Like this was a rooming house. This was a rooming house, boarding house with a bunch of strangers sharing bathrooms and common areas. And that when some shit popped off in the morning of November 13th, I just went in my room and shut my damn door. But I also kept jumping up, opening and closing the door. Because let's be truthful, we don't need to keep continuing to sugarcoat this shit about what happened to those kids. You were listening the entire time of those kids being butchered, and you didn't do anything.
And I have a
You knew
hard
something
time
was
believing.
awry. That's why you kept getting up, opening and closing the doors, if we're to believe that version.
And I feel like those whimpers and cries and sounds that she heard would have been different than
Because they were.
a regular cry.
Because they were.
Right. So
see, this is just her version. That does not mean it's the truth. It's a version.
Yeah, I imagine the police interviewed her numerous times. I would imagine, because I mean, if we as civilians are questioning all this, they have.
But we have every right to question because allegedly you were alive in the house at the time that we found out you were alive. We assumed you were on the first floor. It wasn't until the affidavit was released that we realized that you were on the second floor. So hell yeah, we had questions because now that puts you right there at the scene of two people being deceased.
Right. And honestly, I had questions thinking that two were on the bottom floor. It still left questions in my mind, but it changed the whole situation for me when the affidavit came out and it read that she was on that same floor. That changed everything in my mind. I mean, like I said, it was a lot to question knowing that, two people were supposedly downstairs, but I was able to go along with the fact they were truly sleeping. But then to know that there was an eyewitness. I don't know much about shock, but if you're in shock, do you remember things? I mean, are you able to recall? Bushy eyebrows, dark clothes. I mean, I don't know. That's just me not knowing that. I will say
What's sad about that situation is that, or suspect, is that you knew there wasn't a party going on to just fluff it off like, oh, that's just one of their friends walking around. And where would he be coming from to be approaching you towards the door? So you have to ask all those questions because there's no other room on the floor but Xana's room. She has a boyfriend, so why would this guy be coming around the corner?
Right.
See, I pay attention to the details.
And everyone wanted to, say, oh, it's a party house. She was used to noises.
No sense. But there was no party. That's the point. So it doesn't even matter if you say that it was a party house. There was no party going on. There's no music. You don't hear people opening and closing doors and yelling and hollering and talking loud, being belligerent, drunk. There's no sounds, but with these few alleged sounds of a dog. Maybe she heard Kaylee talking to the dog, heard the dog barking, heard the dog walking, moving around, heard somebody say, somebody's here, then I'm gonna help you, then whimpering, and then seeing a guy in a mask.
It's those combination of things is my problem. You heard all this, then you've seen a person.
Yeah,
that's where I can't let it go. And in the amount of time, I mean, that's a lot of that. That's a whole work day.
Yeah,
that's 8 hours. That's a long time.
So just imagine if one of those kids could have been saved. Because we don't know. And let me say this. There have been people who have had their necks slashed to where it wasn't severe enough for them to bleed out. They got care in time to be saved. Some people were an inch or two away from actually having the jugular or larynx cut, but they lived. There are many people who have had their necks slashed and they have survived. So we can't say because an autopsy has not revealed the location of the slashes on anyone's neck and if it was severe slash number one.
Miracles happen every day. Yeah. So yeah. I mean, like I said, I've said it 100 times. As a parent, it would eat me alive to know that someone could have called.
Someone has an interesting point. Dylan kept opening the door to see if the coast was clear to run downstairs to be with Bethany, who's begging her to come down to her room. But each time she opens the door, she hears something. Very interesting. Very interesting. Now, what if that is possibly true? That all this time she knew something was awry, but she was too scared to cross the path of the person in the house. Damn, that's deep.
Could she have ran out the sliding door and had Bethany open the lower door?
Listen, if I'm afraid. Now, Bethany, look, I'm about to call you Bethany. Brittany, do you know how crazy that sounds? If
I don't
I'm
know.
gonna risk,
It's all crazy.
if I'm gonna run out the door, I'm not gonna run back in the house. That's shit they do in the movies. Run around the house chasing Jason to go back in the house.
Run upstairs.
You think I'm gonna run out the slider to run back into the front entry? If I run out the slider, I'm gone.
I'm really hoping that there wasn't a lot of
I
conversation with
am
Bethany.
gone. G-O-N. Ghetto. I am gone. Not getting ready to run out of the house and then go knock on the fucking front door. Bethany, come on. Heifer, you on your own. You want to sit down there and listen? That's on you. But I'm not going to sit here and continue to listen to these people be butchered. I'm out of here.
It's strange. I would love to know I would just love to hear her explanation. Like,
Because see,
what
what makes her look guilty is the opening and closing of the doors. This is before we even find out that she even called these people. I've asked this question 1,000 times. Once we found out about the affidavit, did she call the girls to say, hey, you know, this guy that walked by me, everything okay? I heard Santa crying, blah, blah, blah. No response. That was your cue then to get your ass out of that fucking house. It's just like what I've said 1,000 times in this house where I am, and I'm by myself. I've got 2 entry points to get in and out of this place I'm in. So I would look like a fool to be, as I said right now, sitting here on a computer and somebody walks through here, either through one of these doors or through a window, and I continue to still live stream. I'm either going to jump up and run out. I'm either going to jump up and run out or confront the person standing here and say, what the hell are you doing in my house? And then we go from there. But I'm not going to keep just sitting here on the live stream.
It's hard to make sense of. I truly, hopefully believe, I don't know. I just hope there's no conversation with Bethany. That would make more sense to me, because then it makes me want to question, you know, if someone's alerting someone else that all this has happened.
Yeah. And
why
I
are
won't
you
doubt
not
that
taking
she
action?
did. I won't doubt that she did, because I think her and Bethany were the closest in their circle. So I can see her texting her. Now we have to ask if this information is true that she did text all the girls or call them. Did Bethany respond?
Well, and I believe if you did call them, if you were unsure and then you make the call and no one's answering.
That should have been your cue to get the hell out of that house.
Or call 911.
Either one.
Of the two.
Either one.
Yep. And if, like I said, if you're too scared because you don't know if they're still in the house, you can lay the phone down. Just call 911. They will ping your location. They will find you.
Honey, I would have been whispering in that phone. I ain't about to let no phone sit. That's something you do with the killers right there by you. I'm talking. I need you to come to such and such ASAP. I believe something has happened to my friends. I've been hearing strange noises and a strange man just walked by me. We have several people living here and they're not answering their phones.
Right. And, you know, you would think that, you know, her getting up 3 times was making noise, you know, whether it's a door.
But see, that's the whole point of this story. That's why you had to use discernment to realize she knew something wasn't right. That was why she kept getting up. If you are tired, drunk, you're not going to keep getting up, opening your doors.
Yeah, I believe a lot of people
I have never just kept opening and jumping up, running to look out windows and doors in the night like that. If I was either asleep or inebriated. I don't see that.
No. I mean, I could see laying still more than anything versus getting up, because, you know, then could possibly draw attention to yourself.
That would make more sense, just to lie in bed and listen.
I mean, that's what I can see myself doing. You know, I mean, I guess it's easy to say what you would do in that situation, but I just, you know, and then I think about the fact that she says he walked past her. That's, I don't know. It's strange. And the amount of time blows my mind.
So let me ask you this. That statement of him walking by, do you believe the door was all the way open or it was cracked?
I don't know. I think if you want to say it's cracked, you've given a good description and how much light was on in that home for you to know that he's got bushy eyebrows.
So imagine if the lights are on either in the kitchen or your room. That would be even more crazy for Kohlberger to walk by you. And why would I even think at this point he's in a fuzz?
I wouldn't. I'd be scared to death for myself. Fuck what I've
But I'm
heard.
just saying, Kohlberger, I can't see that he was be in such a fuzz if lights were on and he saw a whole human standing in a doorway.
Right. And I can only think that maybe he did not see her. But if I am Dylan and I have heard all this, forget everything I've just heard. I just saw this man. I am scared to death for my life, in my opinion. And I'm calling 911. I'm definitely not getting in my bed and laying down and going to sleep and locking my door. I mean, yeah, I may lock my door, but I'm also going to get in my bed and I'm going to call 911. Or maybe I'm going to hide in my closet. I don't know, but I'm calling 911. And that's the puzzling thing for me is, why wasn't she scared for herself? Because wouldn't you be scared for yourself?
Yeah, because one, it's dark. There's no movement in the house. There's no more crying. That's what this that's what this person says in the post. She called everybody after she stopped hearing the crying and the screaming. So
well, even before the call,
crying and screaming to whimpering. She never said in the affidavit, yeah, they were screaming, they were hollering. See, she couldn't say that because then they would say, well, ma'am, if you heard people hollering and screaming, why didn't you call 911? I'm telling you, she worded that shit meticulously in that affidavit. That girl knows way more, man.
I just, without even calling anybody yet, just the fact that someone passes you, I just can't let it go. Like, how would you not be terrified for yourself? Like, you would be, in my mind, I'm scared to death. Whether anybody else is dead in this house, at this point, I'm about to die, in my opinion. Someone's going to hurt me.
Yeah.
Whether I'm hiding in a closet, under my bed.
Her behavior to me is of somebody that either didn't give a fuck about those other roommates or she didn't give a fuck about the other roommates. How about that? And people kill me acting like that this is harsh commentary, but I keep trying to tell people, you don't know people. You people are acting like you know Dylan and Bethany. You don't know them because you don't know the other kids, the other four. You don't know these kids. You really don't know the kind of relationship they have with one another. You have no idea if perhaps this girl really didn't give a fuck about Kaylee and Maddie. And I know that sounds harsh, but to me, it's no harsh than that man coming in there, stalking them and killing them. Vengeful is vengefulness. Degrees of vengefulness and animosity varies. But you have no idea if maybe she just did not give a fuck about those kids and just said the hell with it. Okay, something's going on. I'll worry about it later. And then boom.
But that's strange at the same time, because how do you know he's not going to kill you?
You're not listening. I don't give a fuck. It's no different than standing in your window and you catch somebody being shot. You should know that the killer could have looked up there and saw you standing there. True. But you go back to doing whatever you were doing and hope he don't come knock on your door and pay you a visit. Okay, somebody says I was in chat recently and someone knows DM said it was on TikTok. She told them she was high on Molly and that's why she didn't call. I can't prove this. I read it. Okay.
Oh, well, then she should have wanted to touch him. I mean, that's usually what people on Molly always want to touch somebody. Did she reach out and touch Bryan? I mean, let's be
Brittany.
I'm just saying, I don't go. There's something about all this. They were all so drunk. They were all so drugged. That annoys me to death.
Nobody knows that nobody was that drunk. The only two people that looked drunk were the two girls. We don't know what Dylan and Bethany had going on. We don't know if they were together that night. Allegedly, they were supposed to have just been out of town or just got back. So I don't really know what's true to that. You could see that Maddie looked lit in that video walking down that sidewalk because her hands are flapping with that jacket on. The jacket looked kind of big. So you could tell she was toe up.
Yeah,
that I can say. Maddie was toe up.
I can agree with that. No, I don't think Kaylee looks very, intoxicated just by her movements. If you're just watching her movements, I think that she doesn't seem. She seems pretty focused on whatever she was doing.
If the other two were imbibed or not, high or not, hid drugs, whatever, I don't know because I wasn't there and I don't know them. So I don't like spreading anything about the people, and I don't know anything about what they were doing. This is why I said this case got out of control just from that first rumor about somebody coming to the house and finding the kids passed out, use the phone. Now we're getting this shit from a Reddit post that is making it more elaborate than what she puts in the affidavit or the police report. Because I told myself, prove to me the necks were slashed on impact and it showed they couldn't speak, to yell, scream, or holler. Number 2, what did the girl actually see that night? Did she come out of the room? Did she call these kids? Now we get information allegedly she did. Okay, no response. Why didn't you call 911? Why do you wait 7.5 hours to bring a complete stranger into your house to watch, go around the house to see what the hell could have happened? Boom, something happened. So then what's actually said in the 911 call? She's fucked this whole case up. I don't care.
Right, and I'm not doubting that someone.
She's
I'm not doubting. I'm not doubting that someone posted that online about her being on Molly. However, if that is true, I would find it odd that she was by herself for the night. Because most of the time, I mean, I've never did that, but from what I've understood, that's like something people do in a group, and it.
Yeah, but it's 4 in the morning, Brittany. You got to go to bed at some point. You're going to stay up all damn night because you're on a Molly.
Yeah, I don't know.
At some point, when people drink and get high, they got to go to bed. If you don't drink or get high, at some point, you're going to go to bed. So they all were in their respective rooms allegedly at 4 a.m.
Yeah, and I don't know if that's something that keeps you up. I don't really know how that works, but I don't know. It's a mess, and I feel like she's made it a mess for herself. And
yeah, because that's the whole point. We don't even really know what she told the police. It's the truth. That's her version. She could have made all this shit up. She could have even made up opening and closing the doors. She could have made up the whimpering and the this. It could have been just, she heard every fucking thing and then said when it was time to call that guy, put all that shit in the affidavit. Yeah, I opened it, closed it, went back to bed, jumped back up, opened, closed. Who's to say she heard all this shit on site one time? Yeah, I heard them fussing and cussing and da-da-da-da, heard a thump, heard a thud, somebody slammed to the ground, blah, 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 but I didn't do a damn thing. I just shut my damn door.
And, I think about this. If Ethan was before, God, I hate to say it like this, or just period, but Ethan before Xana, I picture myself watching this happening and I'm screaming, help me, somebody help me.
I can't see her not screaming, man.
Yeah, and if you're screaming, the one thing I would think is I've got roommates that are alive. Somebody help me.
Now imagine him standing there blocking the doorway. She's trapped in there. She's trapped. If they're fighting in the hallway, that's a lot of fucking noise. 2 big ass 6 feet men fighting.
It's sad. It is so sad.
So there's no way these 2 big ass men are fighting and that girl is in that room not screaming, stop, get off of him. What are you doing? See, you don't even know if Xana didn't jump in on Koiberger and tried to fight him off. And they both were fighting him. See, you don't know.
I mean, and I could definitely see that. But at the same time, knowing or thinking that people could be alive in my house too.
Trying to make it seem like she was a silent person in that room. We can't believe that because DM says she heard whimpering coming from her room. We have audio saying there was a noise coming from the room, a thud, a dog barking. So a lot is going on, and audio is picking all this up coming from inside of a house where now people are playing dumb like they ain't heard shit or have heard shit.
It's too
or trying to minimize what they heard. That ain't good enough for me.
It's too bad the person with that audio wasn't like alerted or something like that and could have.
Well, they probably was asleep, Brittany.
Right. Well, I don't know. Sometimes I know that the alarm system's like if there's no ways that alerts, there's an alert that'll go off.
Yeah, but they said it was distorted. So you're still talking about 50 feet with windows closed.
Right, and it probably wasn't uncommon.
That would be the distortion. It would be kind of muffled, but you could still pick up something.
And it probably wasn't uncommon for it to pick up noise from there either. If whoever it was you said that could hear a baby crying and things like that.
Yeah, Nancy Grace said that when they were filming outside the house. She could hear a baby crying in somebody's apartment.
Somebody said, what if they called for DM? Yeah. I mean, because that would be my thought, honestly. If, I'm watching this happen and someone's killing my boyfriend, and I know that,
Yeah,
let's just say my sister
that
was
room may
across
have
the
been
room.
small. If we were to go back on the site and look at the room again, and that room could have been small, and she's hysterical in there, watching her boyfriend fight this man off, and she can't even get out of the room to save herself or him. Because if they're fighting in the doorway or that hall area, she can't get out without jumping in it and trying to get to safety.
Someone says possibly Dylan is merely saying what she heard from what the police are. I don't know, because in my mind, a part of me
Why would
wonders.
you be calling your sorority sister? That's for some shit at your dorm or your sorority house. This is not a sorority house. This is a house with a bunch of people living in it. This is not a
At the end of
sorority
the day,
house.
at the
And
end of the day,
that's
you
still
don't
a
know.
dumbass idea to not call other people in case of an emergency. Call 911. I'm not going to worry about a sorority sister. I see somebody being stabbed to death, hacked to death. I'm calling 911. I'm not fucking worried about no sorority sisters or no frat brother. But that's
No,
the thing.
I would think they're
Everybody's
coming for me
mentality-
next.
Everybody's mentality is different. Because, they want to try to throw that into the sorority thing, this code of ethics. But like I told people, this is not a sorority house. This are different people living in a house together. So those rules don't apply. It only applies if that's your mentality, not to call 911.
Now, I will say this. I do find the children very quiet, because it wasn't until it was a while before it came out that the night before this, there was like 150 people party at that house.
Mm-hmm.
That's strange to me that it took that long for something like that to come out. Because in my mind, I'm like, oh, wow, I was just at a party at this house, and I've told my mom and them, and I done told everybody.
So what's your point about the party?
I just think I think the children are oddly quiet, I guess and I don't know what I mean by even saying that. But in my mind, I find it odd that everyone that attended that party is so quiet, and that didn't come out before it did. Something about that strange to me. I don't know. I just find it odd that everyone is.
Yeah, but see, you don't even have proof that it was really a party because people say anything on social media. Somebody has to come forward and say, I was at that house.
Yeah, and I guess
there was a lot of people. And let's be truthful, where the fuck would 150 people fit in there?
I don't know. I just felt like it was somewhat verified because it was on
it had to be 50 people in the living room, kitchen, Xana's room, DM's room, sitting in the hallway, stair landing, all the way up to the top floor, and then people on the landing going all the way down, and people just standing around in that small ass cubby hole downstairs.
Right. Even with having a decent sized house, I would not want 150 people in my house.
See, the house is propped up, so that would just be strange. 150 people.
I'm reading the chat. Hang on.
Because they would be on top of each other in there. 150 people. Because there's not even enough seating areas for 150 people to just even sit.
No.
You would most of the people would be standing up if they're not sitting on the living room furniture.
And that's strange. And I guess the only reason I felt like that was like a legit story is because it came from Dateline. But that's not necessarily true either, just because it was on there. Because you would think at a 150 party, there would have also 150 people party, there would have also been a noise complaint that night.
Jessica says, I'm not trying to be rude at all, but I'm from Arkansas. We live in Utah. We lived in Utah for 6 years. They are different out there compared to the South. Naive influence of LDS runs deep. People live in denial. Could be, maybe so. Maybe we are judging harshly. We're just saying what we think we would do if we thought something strange was going on in our house. But see, that's the whole point. That's a good point. Everybody does think differently. So I'm judging this according to living in my own house and how paranoid I am. I'm that type that I jump up when I hear strange noises. I flinch every time this air conditioning heating unit turns on.
Yes.
It sounds like something's flicking in here. And you want to be aware because now, guess what? I feel bad myself. I did a boo-boo today. I woke up today and the door was unlocked.
Queen.
Because somebody had came in earlier to take care of some business, and I thought I walked them out. I can't remember if I walked them out or not. All I know is allegedly the door was shut, but I had the key chain on it, so that means I did shut the door, but I didn't turn the bottom lock. That's not like me to even do that, but I know I was tired too.
So does that mean they
I went back to sleep. It wasn't until I got up to check the weather and I noticed, oh fuck, you locked the chain, but the bottom lock was unlocked.
with the chain,
And
are they able to open
the
the
chain was
door?
on it. But it doesn't matter if a person was wanting to get in here, they could have easily opened the door and they could have still busted the chain open. That's not going to keep a door from being locked. But that's just something about this place where I'm at. It's just I keep having boo-boos with this door for some reason. It's just like an omen, like I don't need to be here because I've never done this anywhere else I've lived. With this door, it's always an issue with that one door that I keep not locking it for some crazy ass reasons. Like I'm thinking I've pushed the door all the way up, then I wake up and find out the door wasn't even pushed all the way up. It's just bullshit. And that's why I stay paranoid all the time. That's why I said I know me, I would have been inquiring any fucking strange noises. That's how I knew the door was unlocked about 2 months ago. Because I heard it wrangling the door, like blowing open or blowing shut. I got up out my sleep and I said, fuck, you didn't even shut this damn door. But luckily I had the chain on.
Yeah, no, I used to live in a townhouse and I could lock the chain, but in order to lock like the door handle, I had to, it was like I had to kind of pull up on the door.
Yeah, you have to push it all the way tight because you can go to that door right now and push it up and think you've pushed it all the way. It has to click if the knob is already on lock. But it's easy to push it up and think you've pushed it all the way up. Because now I've had company, people who've come here, they didn't push it all the way up. And then you hear a noise and then you get up and you realize the doors are ajar. It's bullshit.
No, I'm not gonna lie. I've did it before. I've locked the inside of my house, the chain, the deadbolt, the handle lock, and went out or get ready to leave the next morning and take my son to school. And I'm like, where the hell are my car keys?
Yeah.
And I've left my keys in the door.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. This is why I keep trying to tell everybody why you have to be vigilant about your house, because a perpetrator is looking for that one instant that you didn't push the door open, that you left a window up, that you were running your mouth about being out of town, or you got to go do this, or you went out to the garbage can or the laundry room in your apartment facility, you didn't lock the door back. That's what they're looking for. Go in the hallways, checking all the door handles. Oops, this one's open. Let me go in. Let me see what I can find. See, that's what perpetrators are looking for, is an opportunity. Most crimes are a window of opportunity.
Yeah, I agree. We talked about this case so much in the beginning that at late night that it made me paranoid, that it made me step back from it for a little bit.
I stay paranoid. I've been paranoid ever since talking about Eliza Fletcher. And then this case came along. I stay paranoid because I don't trust anybody. I don't trust the neighbors. I don't trust your friends. I don't trust your company. I don't trust your stinking ass boyfriend. I don't trust them. My mama didn't give birth to them, so I don't know them. That's just how I look at people. All that stupid shit about smiling and how are you doing? Did you have a great day today? And, trying to make small talk. Those are the same people that would set you up and get you robbed.
Right. Sometimes
asking you questions about where you were, and I didn't see your car in the drive, and I didn't see your car parked outside. And you don't see, that's what's wrong with people here in the South, is that they think everybody is friendly. They think everybody is want to be their friend. You don't know who's going to be a friend to you or not, because most times when crimes are committed, it is committed by either the people they hang with, their company, their relatives, associates of associates, and the people in the neighborhood or the people in the apartment complex. Everybody knows this. Because people watch. So this is why you have to be careful telling people stuff. Oh yeah, I work 9 to 5 and I usually go to the gym afterwards. You can't tell people stuff like that.
No, that's one thing they always say is
I've had nothing but nosy neighbors. You're always trying to figure me out. Well, I didn't see your car, I didn't see this, and you didn't come out the apartment or this day, or you didn't do this. Why the fuck you care?
Well, and it's funny because some people think, oh, the people that don't speak that may just look funny are the sketchy ones.
No, those are people who are actually realizing I'm not talking to you because I don't want to fucking end up on Dateline.
Right. And a lot of times it's the ones that are, the most friendly that seem like, oh, you can trust me.
Yeah, and that's the person that's going to stab you in the back, usually.
Right. It's sketchy. It's scary. It's scary. It definitely is. We were just at a basketball game for my son, and I told my husband, I was like, this man creeps me out when you're out of town. He's like, Brittany, you are crazy. He was like, all these, I'm like, I don't know what it is, but I can't help but always pay attention to this stuff. Sometimes I don't know if it's
Well,
good that
you
I
have
pay
to,
attention.
and then too, it's a flip side too. You can
It
really
is.
make yourself crazy and drive yourself crazy to where you become damn near schizophrenic because you're scared of everybody. You don't want to talk to people. You don't want to tell people stuff. But you got to trust somebody in life, and that's just the way it is. At some point, you're going to have Comcast in the house. You're going to have Spectrum people come in the house. You're going to have AT&T people come. You're going to have somebody fix something. Somebody's going to fix the driveway, the lawn. That's just life. But you still need to be careful about what you say, such as you're a single woman. You cannot be telling people that you're at the house alone all the time, that there's no kids in the house, there's no husband, there's no boyfriend, there's no mother stopping by, there's no brother with a key. You still should let somebody think somebody comes to that house and checks on that house. Somebody has a key to that house. Do you understand?
Right. And if you
You have
don't have
to be very careful
security,
about what you say to people.
people don't have security systems, I suggest everyone get one.
Yeah.
And then I really question myself if my security system can fail. I even bought, this is sad.
Yeah, but you have to remember, most things are cut from outside. So how secure is it? Can it alert that it's been cut? Because that's what I was telling a friend the other day.
Well, right. And so then that's why I started to question myself. And so, like, my driveway is like a quarter mile long before you get to my house. So the security system doesn't start picking up because of like the Wi-Fi distance until, about halfway down the driveway. So I've started questioning that. So on Amazon, if anyone doesn't know, this is a great thing. There's I can't think of what it's called right now, something mule. But anyways, it's a stick and you pretty much plant it in the yard, but then you put something, you only dig like, I don't know, like 2 feet. And anything that crosses my driveway before it hits my security system, it'll alert into my house and I'll hear a beep. So before my security system picks up,
well, that's a good idea. That's alerting that somebody's coming up the property before anything's disabled.
Right. So that's one thing. But then I started thinking like, oh, is it going to be like any deer? Because we have all kinds of deer out here.
That's true because animals have to
But
cross.
it doesn't.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
It's metal. So like a car, if a car comes down, it picks up metal from what I was reading. So it'll alert like when
that's why it's good to have that's why it's good to have caution lights to where as soon as a car comes up the drive, those lights can detect at least 50, 40 feet, depending on if you have a long driveway or not. You need that. You need stuff to pop on as soon as people come up to the house. A few feet before they get to the front door, motion lights need to come on. So you do need motion lights that can range 50, 60 feet because depending on how your house is made, how big your property is, you need to know that somebody's coming onto the property. Somebody's now approaching the drive. Somebody's now approaching the door. Somebody's approaching a window. That shit something needs to go off.
And I could even say a funny story. One night in my room, I have a big window. Of course, I have blinds and I have curtains. And I was on the phone with my husband, but there is an outside, like a big pole light outside. And I was like, I can see legs. And I'm like freaking out. And he's like, what do you mean? Get off the phone. Call 911. I'll call too. And I guess where I was more calm because I was on the phone with him at the time, I did see legs and it was a shadow, but it was a freaking deer. But I had already called 911.
Yeah, you have to be careful because when you live, in your situation in a place that's ducked off, time is of the essence. You don't have time to be chatting and thinking, well, it ain't nothing. It's just a deer. It's just a bear. It's just a coyote. Well. It's going to be one day. It ain't an animal with a tail. It's a two-legged creature.
And I didn't see a tail. I didn't see 4 legs. All I saw was like the shadow from the main light, and then it would go across.
Some solar lights that are powered.
But I legitly saw 2 legs, and I freaked out. And so, of course, here comes the cops, and I felt like an idiot.
I stay aware of everything. I look out every night, morning. I'm in here. I look out peepholes. I look out everything. I watch the time cars hit the gravel. I listen at everything because you don't know people. And you can't just assume that somebody won't ever break in your house, breach a door, a window. That's an assumption. And all that bullshit about, you live close to the street. Nobody's going to run up. And
I believe the opposite. Closer to the street, the quicker the exit.
Well, that's my point. That's why I said if it's in the wee hour, and most people are going to think you're not going to get a lot of traffic on that street, even though it's a street that does get a lot of traffic. The point is, if it's in the wee hours and people are asleep, then the street is not going to have a lot of traffic. So a person might risk breaking into the house or apartments with windows that are close, closest to the ground, and just take a chance. I tell people, you're assuming for yourself. You're not the perpetrator. You're not somebody that likes breaking and entering out of houses, so you can't say what a person will and won't do.
Right. It's scary, and you never really know. You never really know people that you think you know either, and that's the scary thing. I mean, there's only been one
Because
time
you can't assume what a person will do. You know how many people have scaled apartment landings, porches, balconies? People have gone into people's houses that were on the first level. They've gone in even if the window was kind of high. And you got help. A person can push you in once they break the window. Somebody can lift you up and push you into the window. So it doesn't necessarily have to be a one-man show or one-woman show.
Right. It's definitely scary. And like I said, being,
And that's what's scary about this story is that the kids didn't get killed out in the street. They got killed in their house. That's why the Idaho 4 story is scary, because they died in their own house. Rather, they locked the door, didn't lock the door. But we know that they didn't lock it because they said there was no break-in. This guy didn't breach a door or window. So that means basically you invited Kohlberger in.
And that's the strength. I always go back to, how the family portrayed, and maybe, it's just, I don't know, how they portrayed Kaylee as being so into true crime. Supposedly she followed old girl on social media.
She wasn't following true crime literally for herself as far as safety. It was just
and obviously not.
Watch. See, it's the same thing with Eliza. She listened to true crime podcasts and she became a victim by running on a fucking campus at 4:00 in the morning. Memphis is one of the most dangerous cities in America. There is no way I would be out in Memphis. I don't give a damn if the neighborhood is upscale or not, college campus or not. I'm not running on no campus in the dark with headphones on. I'm not running in the dark without headphones.
And you're exactly right. That's one thing I've tried to stop doing, because often I will listen to something on my phone at night and put in my earbuds.
No, that's dumb. That's dumb.
It is very dumb, because it's the Idaho 4 case that's made me honestly think about a lot of these things, because I wouldn't hear.
You don't need to listen to headphones even in the daytime walking on a track. A dog could be loose, a coyote could be loose. You need to hear somebody say, "Hey, run. Hey, take off." I mean, there was a woman here. She got murdered at 6:00 in the evening on a walking trail. The guy walked up to her and viciously stabbed her to death. So this is what I keep trying to tell people. You have to be aware of your surroundings. You can't see behind you when you're walking, when you're running. So it doesn't matter if you have got headphones on or don't have headphones on. It's daytime, nighttime, wee hour. You have to be aware when you're out, but you can't see behind you. You can't see behind you. If he walked up and stabbed you from the front, what can you do? Can you get away in time? Because that's the whole point of everybody's saying. Everybody reacts differently.
No, it's scary. I mean, and even I've thought about, since it's like today, it was almost 70 here, and I was like, oh, I really want to get back into working out and things like that. Like I wanted to go to the track above my house, and I'm like,
nowhere is safe, because we have seen people, predators. They kill people in the daytime. They kill them at night. They break in their house daytime, nighttime. They approach houses and doors daytime, nighttime. They kill you in broad daylight. It depends on the perpetrator. And that's what I always try to make people understand, that follow true crime and those who actually care about themselves. Don't ever assume what somebody will and won't do, because you can listen to other people talk a mile a minute about what a crazy person will do. You cannot say what somebody will do, because it's daytime, nighttime. If that's the day the Reaper wants to come to your fucking house, your door, your car, parking lot, then that's what they will do. Many people have been approached during daylight hours with witnesses. Kidnapped, attempted kidnapping in a fucking shopping center, broad daylight. Some guys tried to kidnap a white woman in the damn parking lot, and the parking lot had Marshalls, Home Goods, Sally's, dry cleaner, all type of stuff. TJ Maxx, all in the same parking lot.
Yeah,
Now,
no,
who
you
does that?
never really know. I mean, you just don't.
Because they had a tag team. They had a tag team. So they didn't care about trying to put her in a van in broad daylight. Luckily, some people jumped in and intervened. But imagine the people like DM walking by and see somebody pulling on a woman trying to put her in a damn van.
Right. Yeah.
Not my business. Don't concern me.
Yeah, I think it's very important, especially for, people that are home by themselves. Or, even if you're not home by I think it's very important. If you have children, I don't know. You just never
So
know.
we take lots of people are just oblivious to what goes on outside. You've heard thousands of times when something happened terrible, such as the story I brought to people, pertaining to Oak Ridge, Tennessee, Anderson County, the white woman that was taken to a house. She visited this guy and a young girl. They held her hostage in there. They mutilated her. They kept her in an upright freezer for about 8 months.
Oh my
I
God.
know people who live right near the apartment. They heard something around Christmas. They heard somebody screaming, and nobody got up to look outside to see where the noise was coming from. I talked to the neighbor who sits at the end of the apartment because there were 4 apartments. 2 in the middle were townhouses. One on one end was a 1 bedroom. One on the other end's a 1 bedroom. I talked to the girl who lived on the end apartment directly. She told me out of her own mouth, yes, I heard noises coming out of the apartment. Yes, I heard banging noises coming out of the apartment. I asked her, why didn't you call the police? Why didn't you call the landlord? Why didn't you bang back on the wall? Why didn't you knock on the door to say, hey, what's all this noise about? She didn't want to get involved. She didn't want to complain. Well, all along, there was a woman held hostage in there. So we've got her hearing noises of banging inside of the apartment. We got the neighbors across the fence hearing shit at Christmas time of somebody screaming. That is the same month they believe she was murdered.
That's very unfortunate to know that you could have.
Well, nobody called to complain about the noise, knock on the door. Hey, you're keeping me up. Hey, you're making too much noise. The woman was held hostage in there and bludgeoned to death in an upstairs bedroom. 2-bedroom townhouse. And if you need to go back to watch that video, please go to my library where I go to the scene and show you the outside facade of the townhouses and apartments. I also walk around the back. One of the fans was saying, you're breathing hard. I said, yeah, because I was nervous because this lady had this big old dog and she was walking by me with this dog and I couldn't concentrate on doing the live while watching her big old dog. And then too, I was nervous that somebody might even come out and see me filming because, you just don't know.
I was nervous for you when you would go to the Chad. When you walked down
Black
that little,
there's no verification that this is drug related. Come on now.
when you went to the Chad, was it Chad?
Oh yeah, now that's out in the middle of nowhere. That could have been a dangerous situation because
yeah, that tore my nerves up.
I don't know the people that's in the halfway house or whatever was going on. Somebody could have walked down and said, "Hey, what are you doing filming?" They could have crossed over the street and questioned me. Then some random person could have came by, nitpicking. So
yeah, that was just that tore my nerves up to watch
yeah,
that.
that's the middle of nowhere. So that is.
I mean, I appreciated seeing the area and all the,
that was more of a dangerous situation because it's out in the middle of nowhere. There's nobody around in case something happened to me.
But yeah, you never know. It's always better to be safe. But I mean, some people I believe truly just want to turn a blind eye and that don't want to know about, because even
no, I don't know this man. I'm not a man. I'm a woman, and I don't know anything about Dylan being involved in anything pertaining to the crime. I know she was negligent in not calling 911, but there's no proof that this crime was drug related, and the police have told you that in the beginning. That this is
I don't think it was drug related. I honestly don't even believe everybody was so drunk as they want to proclaim.
No.
I don't know.
Said they were drunk. That's everybody's assumption.
Right. Everybody says, "Oh,
you just know that they came from a bar. 2 people came from a bar. You don't know where Dylan and Bethany were that night. We got information that one was at the frat house, but it does not mean that they were drunk.
No, it doesn't. I mean, they've been home for a while, honestly, before all this
No, we do
happened.
not
So,
have any proof that Dylan or Bethany knew BK. Bring a receipt. This is why we have all this gossip right now about the story, because people keep making up stuff without any verification that these kids knew Bryan Kohberger. They've already told you that they have not, the victims didn't know him. So don't you think by now they would bring us information that the two girls knew him? I would assume so, since somebody's been talking and leaking out information. But I'm not
did
spreading
you
any rumors that anybody knew Kohberger. So that's not helpful.
did you find it strange the amount of evidence that was released as far as um the search warrant of his home? I found that crazy.
Why? That's the purpose of it.
But it seemed like it was barely anything. I would think, I don't
But you
know.
got to
I just
remember,
think,
he didn't have much in there. Remember, they said it was sparse.
right. I don't know that you would maybe take clothing to, I don't, it just seemed like they barely took anything out of there.
Okay, I'm gonna say it for the last time, Brittany. If a person has a sparse apartment, you have to
Right.
decide what sparse actually means. What's their furniture? What's their chairs? Were there tables, end tables, lamps? Did he have a lot of clothes? Did he even have a bed? Did he have linen? Did he have a change of linen?
Well, I'm
Change of
assuming he has
towels?
a bed and linen
Because we
only
know
because they
guys,
say,
listen, because we know guys don't buy things like women do.
right. I'm assuming there was a bed only because, they say they took like a corner of, what was it, a pillowcase maybe?
That doesn't mean he had a bed.
Well, then there wasn't one of them marked like,
It could have been like a futon let out bed. It could have been a cot. It could have been, I mean, you got to remember, he traveled all the way across country. We don't know what type of money he had. We don't know what he had in savings. We did hear that his father did help him move in. So then we got to go backtrack that. When did the father come out then to help him? What did he buy to put in the apartment?
right. I
So
want to know what's
we
in that
don't really
Marshall's
even know if he
receipt.
even had furniture in the apartment.
Right. Yeah, because I mean they took very little. Do you think that they will release the search warrant for the parents' home in
Oh yeah,
Pennsylvania?
eventually. But that's only going to come out during trial because
Do
everything's
you
still
you
up now.
think it'll be trial? Okay, that's what I
Yeah.
was wondering.
Yeah, because there's a gag order now. So they're not going to release anything about what they
So-
found in the house, what they found in his car. See, all that right now could have been released by now.
Well,
if there
that's
wasn't
kind of
a
what I
gag
was
order.
wondering because people have mentioned something about 90 days to be released. Is the gag order only on?
It's everything.
Okay. Because it would be interesting to know. And I want to ask this, but I know people in chat may talk junk and you may think I'm crazy too. This may be the stupidest question, but I honestly have it because I don't know. Do dogs carry DNA?
I
Like,
would think they would. They have a tongue.
I guess my question is like with the hair found,
Well,
could it
look,
only?
we have saliva, they have saliva. So I would say a dog would have his own DNA.
Okay, I guess maybe that is a really dumb
Unless I
question.
need to Google. So I'll
I
Google.
know that's what I was about to say. I don't know why I haven't Googled it by now because I've been wondering it for like 2 weeks. Because I've often wondered, would
Dogs
the
have
hair
DNA.
trace back to the type of breed,
According
or
to
is
Tech Interactive, yes, their DNA, like every living thing's DNA, is made of the
okay?
same building blocks of A's, T's, G's, and C's, but their DNA isn't exactly alike.
Okay, all those A's, T's, G's, and C's are put together in different orders for dogs and people. Do dogs have the same kind of DNA as humans? How close is human DNA to a dog? Our feline friends share 90% of I can't pronounce this word. Homologous genes with us. With dogs, it's 82%, 80% with cows, 69% with rats, 67% with mice. Human and chimpanzee DNA is so similar because the two species are so closely related. Yeah, that's what they say.
Okay.
Do all dogs have the same DNA? Despite their radically different appearances, all domestic dogs are still genetically the same species. In a word, no. Domestic dogs evolved around 33,000 years ago. Most breeds, which have been artificially selected by humans, have arisen very recently within the last 200 years. So,
Okay, I guess that answers it. Because I was just wondering if it would only trace back to maybe the breed of the dog and not necessarily the specific dog. But I guess that all goes back to the same thing, kind of like the hair that they found. If there's not a root attached to those hairs, are they really even any good?
This is scary right here. What animal has the closest DNA to humans? Ever since researchers sequenced the chimp genome in 2005, they have known that humans share about 99% of our DNA with chimpanzees, making them our closest living relatives. That is scary. Which some people believe in that evolution, that we came from a ape. Are dogs created by man? Dogs were just a loose category of wolves until around 15,000 years ago, when our ancestors tamed and began to manage them. We fed them, bred them, and spread them from continent to continent, while other wolf descendants died out. Dogs grew into a new species. We invented the dog. December 14th, 2005. Interesting. How accurate is dog DNA? Embark's breed database covers most dogs recognized by the American Kennel Club, as well as some street dogs and the gray wolf. The company says its breed results are 95% to 99% accurate, and Embark analyzes twice as many genetic markers as the competition, leading to more accurate results, our experts say. This is uploaded July 7th, 2022. So Embark is, I guess, a DNA company that analyzes the genetics of dogs. Can you get DNA from a dog bite? Police dogs known or believed to have bitten a suspect can be a source of the suspect's DNA. 2, trace human DNA for a quality sufficient to match a suspect can be collected from the hair or teeth of a dog.
Okay, so the hair, there we go.
Are dog DNA tests 100% accurate? While many dog DNA test kit manufacturers claim that their tests are 90% accurate or higher, some veterinarians and genetic experts aren't ready to stamp these kits with a seal of accuracy. This is in large part due to the lack of peer-reviewed research regarding the processes used by these test kits. This is uploaded October 25th, 2021. Then they ask the stupid question, how does the world look to a dog? Dogs can actually see blue and yellow. Very interesting. How would you know that?
Blue and yellow?
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
Yeah. I was wanting to do a live later due to we talking about this true crime and the crimes that people commit and the levels of crossing over sociopath versus psychopath, as I brought you lengthy commentary a while ago that a psychopath does not necessarily become a killer. A sociopath does not necessarily become a killer, such as a liar doesn't always become a killer. A thief does not always become a killer, vice versa. But a killer usually has these traits of a sociopath or a psychopath, thief, liar. So my next live stream is going to be, have you ever stolen? Have you ever lied? Have you ever cheated? Have you ever committed adultery? Have you ever committed a crime that you did not get caught? Such as you egged someone's house, you egged someone's car, stole a car, vandalized the car. What are you laughing at?
I just thought of a story, but go ahead.
Dear God. Have you ever? That is my next live stream. I'm going to get out for here. It's 4:12. Been on here 4 hours. It's too low. But that's my content. Anything you want to say before I check out of here?
No, man. Thank you so much.
All right.
Have a good night.
You too, dear. All right, everybody. That's Brittany from North Carolina. Have you ever? That's my next live stream. Will you be willing to share your stories in the chat or on the panel that you have committed a crime before? That you've lied, cheated, stolen, assaulted someone, beat up someone, cut someone, shot someone, even murdered someone. Have you ever? That is my next live stream. Thank you for following the content. This live streams 4 hours long pertaining to Ethan Chapin's family questioning DM. Why didn't you call 911? We get new information from a Reddit post of screams. She called the girls, but still didn't call 911. Called somebody over hours later, and they allegedly discovered the bodies of Ethan and Xana. What actually happened when the person came over? Did she talk to Bethany during those hours of 4 to almost 12 noon? How many people were actually in the house at the time the 911 was called? Cross-contamination, people coming in, trampling on the scene. How many were in the house? Did this guy ask her any questions about what she saw, what she seen? Did she tell him the same version she told the police? We didn't ask that question. What did she tell her family, friends, other people? Who is the person that put this rumor out to social media in the first place that allegedly they were outside when they fell out, passed out, and people came up to take the phone to call 911? Why is that version different than what the captain has said and this Ethan Chapin's family member has said? There are discrepancies, and we will see if in court all this will come to light and the truth will be revealed. Did DM give the accurate version of events of November 13th, or has she lied or fudged the truth? Did she get up and walk out of that room and denied her friend's aid and went downstairs and slept with Bethany? Or came out of the room, saw what happened to her friends, and went back in the room and concocted this version to a complete stranger or friend, associate? Some of you believe that there were drugs in the house, that's why they didn't call. But as I said, if it was, all you had to do was take them out, dump them, come back. You still could have called 911 to render aid to your friends. Opening, closing doors, is that the truth? Or did she lie in bed and heard the whole thing unfold? Screaming, hollering, thuds, thumps, banging, and didn't give a fuck. Did she feel ill will toward these kids? That's why she didn't call. Did that ever occur to you? That perhaps she didn't give a fuck about her friends. They weren't really her friends. They were just roommates, people sharing a house with one another. Do you really know the truth pertaining to November 13th? Because nobody knows these kids and nobody really knows these roommates. And perhaps there was animosity, some feeling of ill will. That's why 911 wasn't called. Did that ever occur to any of you? Because who's going to tell the truth? I really didn't give a fuck about them. I didn't like them, didn't care for them. That's why I didn't call 911. That's why the other one didn't call 911. Hell yeah, we heard everything that went on that night, and we decided to play possum and wait hours later to call an outsider to come in because we knew it would sound bad that we lied and wait this whole time in this house and never rendered aid to our so-called friends. They weren't our friends. They were just roommates. Is this what happened on that fateful morning? Ill will, ill intent, no empathy for friends, alleged friends. Somebody was actually frozen in shock, but they didn't come to their senses until daylight. What's the truth? If you'd like to donate to this great network, $BeGanji 129 Cash App. Stickers and chats are welcome during the live stream. Thank you for your support. Welcome new subs, viewers. Hit the like button. Like, share, subscribe to other platforms. Thank you for your time. You have been listening to The Vault XL.